Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So, today we are going back to the final loop in Fate Hollow Ataraxia. Again, I'm not sure how far we have left to go. I think maybe 1 or 2 sessions, it depends. And we still have a few flags to get. But last time we got a lot to do with Ryder, which makes me happy. Hopefully we'll get some more soon. But let us get to the game. Here we are. And we've got a trigger here. I go to the residential area with many mansions lined up. I go up the hill, take a big detour around the familiar Tosaka house, and go into the woods. The strong sunlight blinds me. I was able to find my destination easier than expected. So this is where the nickname of the twin mansions comes from. The two mansions look too much alike. Even though I was just at Miyama, it gives me the illusion that I teleported to Shinto in just one step. But if I look closely, it's different from the one in Shinto. The view of an unfamiliar mansion in the night. What's in front of me is the mansion where the female mage and servant are hiding without a doubt. That looks like blood there. Was I too late? The second floor is way too quiet. Had I arrived at the mansion sooner, the female mage might have been sleeping on that sofa around this time. I investigate the room. There are three differences from the Shinto mansion. The bloodstains from half a year ago on the floor, the accessories that have fallen near the bloodstains, and the 16-piece puzzle left on the table. The female mage named Basette doesn't exist, but the bloodstains are definitely there. There are 2 things that I can think of this time. The first is that the female mage is a ghost who doesn't realize she's dead, or there's an actual coffin elsewhere. This place is just where one falls into first. Someone's wish. The way to reenact the Holy Grail War. It's not enough to gather the ingredients. The world won't start moving just because the parts are gathered. If it were just everyday life, stopping the world would have been enough. But if we want to reenact the Holy Grail War, the battle won't be reenacted unless the thing that becomes the center moves. You need to find your own meaning. In order to do that, he who grants wishes took on the shell of the cause that moves the world. It might be good enough just to borrow that point of view. If he keeps everyday life going, the fake Holy Grail wars will also keep on going. Day and night don't overlap, but that force alone is interlinked. Just because there were these 4 days, Bazette, Frog, and McRemett's Holy Grail War is able to continue. On the other hand, if at least If at least the Holy Grail War of the Nigh continues, the observation of these 4 days can continue forever. No, there's only one fake person. But one mistake was made. Just repeating everyday life. There's no need to start new things. A simple task is to spend the reused 4 days. He felt that it was fun by some chance and intervened with strong will. Even though it would never be destroyed if it was incomplete. He was filling the holes himself, wanting to see a new everyday life. Unfortunately, there's a servant who is more knowledgeable about the female mage than me. It's the job of the guard dog's lance to beat the war deity's sword. I leave the mansion. As a result of arriving at this hideout, I just picked up the accessories that were on the floor. As I leave, I look at the table one more time. The abandoned and fragmented picture. The puzzle that will never be finished is almost about to be completed. Acquired an earring. Murder at the Twin Mansion. Got that flag. He acquired her remains. Go to the docks and ask for help again. As Castor takes the triangular wrapped crepe without even looking back, she nonchalantly gives me a 500 yen coin. Hey, it's useless. She doesn't hear me. I have no other choice but to gobble down on mine. I got the store clerk's recommendation. Banana caramel chocolate whipped cream. It's good. This is really good. Even if I take away the fact that I'm hungry, this is exquisite. It doesn't have an excessively long name or nothing. So the crepes nowadays taste as this luxurious, huh? I remember once I got in line at the stand, but it was a pretty popular store. I think Sakura was talking about it before too. But despite seeming to have an absurd amount of calories, it doesn't make me full at all. It's like hell for Sakura. Castor, on the other hand, hurls it down her throat as if the taste doesn't matter. Crumples up the packaging and throws it over her shoulder. I sigh and catch it, and make a rebound shot at the trash can that the trash can would admire. Clinging to the parked minivan, her eyes are discreetly fixed on the direction of two people walking together. One is Castor's husband and a few words, Soichiro Kazuki. The other is our unfaithful big sister figure, Tiger Fujimura. They would be colleagues, right? Yeah. On my way to the Ryudo Temple to meet Issei, I got captured by the witch and I've been walking down have been walking around town for about an hour and a half, standing him up. Issei is probably furious right now. Before I realized that we went through Miyama and are in the middle of Shinto. When we crossed the big bridge, we hid from pillar to pillar on the road while getting honked at by trucks. Those two still haven't noticed us even after that, so I can only think that there is some magecraft at work. So it's true that makes you blind. Why does something feel off? For the sake of argument, let's assume that she's just a girl in love. We match the movement of the subject we're stalking and move forward. I tap on Castor's shoulder as we stand in the shadow of the bus stop's information board.
ちょっと俺まだこの追跡口の要点が飲み込めてないんだけど。
There's no response.
キャスター。
Still no response.
ねえキャスコったら。
Her high heels, right on my shin.
奥様。デニムのポレロジャケットの初々しい若奥様。
あら、何かおっしゃられて？
さ、俺たちなんでこんなストーキングプレイに夢中になってるのか、もう一回教えてほしいんだけど。
こんなこと？
She grabs my collar and pulls me into the shadow of the sculpture in the square. A blue fire is lit in her eyes.
物覚えの悪い坊やね。一目瞭然でしょ。あの幹部を見張っているのよ。宗一郎様の身にいかなる不幸や間違いも降りかからないように。
That's the part I don't get the most.
いや、でもだよ。あそこにいるのは藤村大河だけど。
ええ。だからこそ後見役のあなたにこうして看護してもらっているのではなくて。
Guardian, monitor, is Fujini a criminal? Well, I don't feel like denying it in the sense that I'm taking care of her. That's not the problem.
隣にいるの小月先生だろ？
いかにも宗一郎様です。
その降りかかる不幸や間違いって？
たわいない。無論男女が共にいれば起こりうる至極もっともな状況を指して言いましたが、坊やにはまだ早かった。
つまりそれって
宗一郎様が建物の奥へ。さあ歩いて。
I tiptoed in a crouched position from sculpture to sculpture. Castor still grabbing my collar. A child with his family that passes by us points at us while laughing.
何を見ているの子供。豚に帰るわよ。
Stop saying those things with a poker face. You call that a fucking poker face shit? You call that a poker face?
待て、落ち着けキャスター。いいか、俺が知る限りこの冬騎士で、いや、もしかすると西日本一帯で浮気調査やらガサ入れやらといった単語から最も縁遠い女性はどなたですかって言ったら、そりゃもうあちらにおられる藤村大河女子だから。藤姉に比べたらさ、まだうちのバイト先の看板娘さんの方が現実味があるというか。
にゃっつしにゃい。
おや猫くん、風邪かね。そういう時は飲むに限るぞ。
あれ、おかしいな。どっちもどっち？いや、とにかくそのくらいバーチャルだってことだ。
Although I tried to convince her, Castro doesn't look like she's understood at all.
あのメトラメを人畜無害と言い張るつもり？けれど現にこうして二人の仰せを見せつけられている以上はこれっぽっちも説得力がないわ。
だがあれは
Come to think of it, what is Fujini doing? I thought she just wandered off this morning.
そりゃまあ仕事の話だと思うけど、何かの下見とかさ。
今日は穂村原学園はお休みのはず。休日出勤や残業の時は宗一郎様は欠かさず私にお話ししてくださいます。
へえ、さすが新婚、思いやりだね。
ええ、そうなのよ。遅くなる。先に食べていなさい。
へえ、残業ったら藤姉の場合、白とんかつ弁当キャベツ特盛り超特急だよ。
羨ましい。私も宗一郎様のお勤めする姿を見てみた。授業では宗一郎様もお話になるんでしょ。
そりゃまあずっと黙ってられちゃ授業にならない。
いいわね。
え、何が？
授業が聞けてさぞやハッピーでスイートな時を過ごされてるのでしょうね。
そりゃあもう倫理の授業だし。
Sure enough, Mr. Kazuki must not talk as much at home. Castro must not be unhappy with that, but wanting to hear his voice must be her honest feelings.
よし、じゃあ予行演習だ。職員室のつもりでちょっと挨拶に行ってみよう。
As I start walking, she pulls my arm back. When I look back, Castro is shaking her head left and right.
ダメ、絶対。
なんでさ。
わからない子ね。妻たる者、夫の帰宅を待ちながら。
The moment that Castro raises her voice, Mr. Kazuki turns around.
あら、先生、花粉症ですか？近頃は秋も辛いらしいですね。私は点で無縁ですけど。
いえ、少々耳慣れた声がしたよ。
人が噂すればするほど花粉が大量発生するんですよね。
それは新手の都市伝説でしょうか。
I'm guessing yes, because it clearly sounds like the old Japanese wives' tale of like if someone talks about you, you sneeze, which is what we saw twice just now.
危なかった。
やっぱり久月先生を疑ってんだな。
ギク。
Castro hides behind a dress that's on display at the clothes store and scrunches her eyebrows.
誰がそんなことを言いました？
で、その疑ってるの当の旦那にだけは知られたくはないと。
I mean, to be fair, the guy she was previously in love with was kind of a dick. She has every reason to be suspicious.
なんということかしら。 私の知る坊やはもう少し可愛げのある素直な性格だったの。
それって騙されやすいってことか？
That's offensive. They say you should pay attention when looking at a boy you haven't seen in 3 days.
変わったんだ。あの作望を渦巻く福間伝と化した屋敷で過ごしていれば、いやでも俺だって。
ほんと何してるのかしら、あの二人。また移動したわよ。
キャスター？
She's not even listening. And she goes off on her own.
本格的に腹減ってきた。そろそろ俺も帰るから。
Castor turns around quickly and sinks her claws into my shoulder.
ちょっとお待ちなさい。そんな腹ペコキャラぶったところで可愛いのはセーバーだけよ。男は見苦しいだけです。
じゃああとは頑張って。待って。
I'm snapping that bitch! Oh, stop opening the fucking thing. Oh my. Fuck's sake, stop opening the overlay. Castor is clinging into the hem of my shirt, slides across the smooth floor while it's like a snow sled. I keep on walking without any regard.
キャスターの心配もわからないでもないけど、でもやっぱりいい趣味じゃないよ。人の後をつけるなんてさ。
Stop opening the damn overlay. I get appalled seeing Castor sitting on her knees in tears and finally stop.
だって私一人で尾行なんてしてたらまるで変な人か。でなきゃ人妻に横連ぼしようとしてる愛人みたいじゃない。
それが本音か。でもまあいいじゃんか。職務質問くらいなんだってんだ。恥ずかしがらず言ってやればいいだろ。私は久月メディアですって。正真正銘あの男性の奥さんですってさ。
Castor was in a staggering pose, looks up.
Repeat once more.
何？
English?
久月メディア？
久月メディア。それだわ。それ久月メディア。それいい。帰ったら朝日に表札掘らせなくちゃ。
いやあんた居候だし。
Castor extends her arms out and spins around like a bamboo copter.
皆様、私は
Troy snaps from Castor today.
久月メディアでございます。
輝いてるなキャスター。
Although she's totally being a weird person. But she's in a pretty panicked state. Is she going to blow up like a bomb with one more push?
藤根たちは
メストラめ、私を巻いたわね。
あ、帰ってきた。
伏せて。
It's pathetic how naturally I can hide at this point. The two had to return, had just returned from the food court out of the shopping mall.
歩かせちゃってすみません。怒ってらっしゃいますよね。
歩くのは苦になりません。
よかった。大丈夫です。次こそバッチリですから。
The two walk away from the shopping mall and head out to look for the next location. Are they trying to shop? Are they trying to shop for something for Castor? But it's like Kuzuki doesn't know what to get her. So he asked Taiga for help. When I look back, all the stores are crowded from it being the weekend during the day. But it's not to the point that they can't sit.
さっきからずっとこのパターンなんだよな。店の前まで行っては目前で引き返す。別に休店してるわけじゃなし。
あら。坊やあれは？
そろそろ坊やは卒業したい。
なら僕。
僕か。
At the exit of the Italian chain restaurant, in the direction that Castor is pointing, are three girls in school uniforms.
三枝たちだ。部活の行き帰りっぽいな。
Castor's expression becomes grim.
やっぱり人目を避けているのね。あら坊や、僕。どうしたの急に隠れたりして。ついに逃げ出したかと。
She looks at me, clinging to the back of the escalator with a cold stare.
そうしたいのは山々だけど、俺にも事情がある。あんたとのツーショットを連中に目撃されると、また説明がややこしい。
Castor bites her lip.
男という生き物は。
Oh no. It seems what I said rubbed her the wrong way. Damn it, I wonder whose fault it is.
急ぎましょう。まだ遠くへは行ってないはず。
あとほんの少しだけば。
She grabs me by the scruff of my neck and hurries me again. She exposes me for the public to see. From behind, I feel the sound of Makadera saying, "Woo! The front page of tomorrow's newspaper will be mine." Or Segusa says, "Huh? What, Maki?" Or Himaro's, reach me, but I'm not worried about that at all anymore. At all. Why?
奴らはどっちへ行った？
After running halfway around the mall, she snapped at the security guard in the parking lot. I guess she really doesn't care how she looks anymore. The two of them go up the log stairs as of a cottage-style store and disappear past the door.
喫茶店よね。
みたいだね。はあ、よかった。ラブホとかじゃなくて。
さあ、行きましょう。
あ、もちろんだ。
My bangs are important. As a matter of fact, my life is more important. The strange dagger can cut. That strange dagger can cut surprisingly well. We wait until the exact moment that another customer comes out of the store and sneak in through the door. The waitress tries to greet us by saying welcome, but it becomes rigid after without being able to even say the first letter. As if she was glared at by Ryder. Had I not put my pointer finger on my lips and urged with my desperate eyes, as we may have been reported to the local station as a pair of robbers. Fortunately, that didn't happen. We are customers. We don't have any intention of causing harm. Please guide us to seats that don't stand out as much. Please do not worry too much about this woman. I demonstrate those things with my gestures. Due to my effort, it seems like my passion and sincerity reaches the waitress, and she guides us to seats that are as far from other customers as possible. Thanks to that, no one even takes our orders. As I look around the neat cafe, there's Fujini and Mr. Kuzuki sitting facing each other by the window diagonally across the hall. The thick pillar that's in the center is in the way, so they haven't noticed us, I hope. The background music is like a cafe, calm and relaxing. It's a nice position where we can and somewhat hear their conversation if we listen closely. As we stay low at our table, the waiter finally decides to come. I frantically look through the menu. Castro must be restless, trying to eavesdrop on our conversation of her subjects, as she answers rudely while looking in the other direction.
しょうがなんか絶対入れないで。だったらワインを。
申し訳ありません、お客様。アルコール類は午後5時以降よりのご注文とさせていただいております。
何もないのね、この店は。じゃあ、水でいいわ。
当店は紅茶専門店でございますので。
The waiter also tries rather hard. I also want to get out of this battle with the menu that has no explanation whatsoever. I at least know what Assam and Kimon are. What the heck is Nuwara Elia or Lapsam and Sochong? Local greetings, new servants. As someone with a bare bones knowledge of cooking, my interest is endless.
本日は特にアイリッシュスタイルとなっておりまして、特製のブレンドをご用意して。
紅茶なんてただの色水でしょ。どれだって一緒よ。いいから黙っててくださる？注文ならそちらの坊やが2杯でも3杯でもしてくれるわ。
Oh, how mean. That's too much. Apologize to T, also to me too, if you feel inclined to do so.
お言葉ですが、お客様。かのアイルランドでは茶は血よりも濃いと言われているのをご存知ですか？なあ、おい。
Yeah, you tell her. That's my first time hearing that saying. It's my first time hearing that saying. Wait, hey you. Hey you? As I lift my face up from the menu in a panic.
注文もしやがらねえのに一発のお客面してやがるのはこの耳か？あ？ランサー。
The one pinching the tip of Castor's ear is definitely Lancer.
よ、お前らもなかなか隅に置けねえな。自分の連れはほっといて密会か？違うって。
なんという暴言。
ランサー、また転職を？
My memory is very vague, but I thought Lancer had another part-time job.
前の店の店長が泣いて頼むんでな。ねぐらにゃ退職金代わりの花やらぬいぐるみがゴロゴロしてるぜ。
そうか。
Isn't that just making him clean up?
どうでもいいけど、その汚い指をお話し。
おっとすまねえ。一度触ってみたかったんだよ、この耳に。
同感だ、ランサ
だろ？
When I reach my arm without thinking, Castor's ears twitch.
ー。動いた。
ブレーナ。私の耳を触っていいのは宗一郎様だけです。
ほう、触ってもらったことあんのか？
うるさい。島の野良犬、だけん、豚犬。
What, did you just have a meeting with Gilgamesh? What the fucking mongrel?
見境なく噛みついてると細切れにして深の餌にするわよ。
現代ではガス室に送られるんだ。
じゃあそれでいいわ。
その息だ魔女殿。そっちの方がらしいじゃねえか。でだ、本当に水飲み話をしに来たってわけじゃねえよな。
I come to my senses and make eye contact with Castor. I open the only menu to use it as a shield, and we both stick our faces into it.
なんだか騒がしいお客がいるのね。せっかく静かそうなお店を選んだのに。ところでいかがですか先生、ぬるぬるのお味は。
Nail gear? What?
ニルギリです。
バレなかったのかな。
のようね。
Castor's face, which is breaking out in a cold sweat, is very close. I've been making her cry and getting her mad, but she's unbelievably gorgeous. Would he leave behind such a wife and actually cheat on her?
何やってんだお前ら。あ？顔を合わせたくない客でもいるのか
Lancer is looking over here while smiling.
そうなんだ。実は
余計なこと。いいわ坊や、何か注文しなさい。怪しまれるから。
今度こそおごってくれるんだろうな。
割り勘に決まってるでしょ。
Yeah, we're splitting the bill. 100-0. You get the 100.
坊やとデートしに来たわけじゃないのよ。
What did we come here to do then? Commit a crime?
これなんかどうだ。ケニア茶とルワンダ茶のブレンド。俺も飲んだが意外とうまいぞ。
じゃあそれでいいわ。それ2つ。
Castor shoos them away with her hand. How incredibly rude.
かしこまりました。少々お待ちください。
Lancer takes a bow respectively and steps back. He looks pretty good as a waiter. He's friendly, so isn't he suited? Isn't he suited for customer service? And just as I have forgotten that he's a servant, the number on the menu slapped me in the face. 1700. Huh? Wait, 1,700 yen? Do drinks that have a comma and the price actually exists? It probably comes in a teapot, but that would mean and that even just one cup would cost more than 500 yen. Plus the ones towards the bottom of the menu are all over 2,000 yen. Do they drink several cups of tea every day? What a country Ireland is. No wonder their staple food is junk food like fish and chips. That's England. Now I focus my heart on the two in question at the table. As usual, Mr. Kuzuki is silent, so I can hear Fujini one-sidedly making small talk. But she doesn't quite seem like her usual self. Her voice sounds shrill and nervous, like she doesn't want to get into the main subject. Castor throws up a glance while crouching down.
さっきまでは学園の教え子や関係者のいる場所を避けていたのよね。
だと思う。おそらく。藤姉の勘違いでレストランのつもりがクリーニング屋だったりしたのかもしれないけど。
あれは勘違いなの？
多分回転セールの文字に惹かれただけで。
そんな理由。
もしそれより深遠な理由が隠されていたとしたら、俺はこれまで藤姉というホモサピエンスを全く理解していなかったことになる。
じゃあ模型店から怒鳴り出てきたのもエポパテが品切れだったからじゃ。
え、そんな場所寄ってた？
寄ってたわ。
Epoxy putty?
どうしてそんな女に総一郎様は。
Castor bites her nails.
そういう浮いた話じゃないって。
品切れなんて。
Even though we're at an expensive store, I feel so uncomfortable. This is also because Fujini didn't take any action to clear up the misunderstanding early on. Hurry and talk about something to do with work. I'm begging you, come on. And as I'm pleading, there is a chin next to my elbow on the table.
冷めるぞ。
ランサー。
いつの間に気配も悟らせず。
Two tea sets are laid on the table without a sound, and steam rises from the cups.
お前ら、俺を誰だと思ってる？アルスターの光の巫女、王者の槍のウェイター様だぞ。渋くなる前にとっとと飲め。
あんたが入れたって。
ウェイター様だって言ってんだろ。入れたのは厨房に引っ込んでる妖怪じみたジジイだ。
Lancer narrows his eyes, still crouching by the table to not stand out.
目当てはあの客か？あれ、クズキじゃねえのか
The atmosphere changes. Even I can feel her intimidating the spearman with her presence as she keeps looking down at her teacup.
おいおい、よせよ。
Lancer plays dumb and pours tea from the pot without asking.
客に槍を向けるほど落ちぶれちゃいねえ。そう首にばかりなりたかねえからな。
真面目なんだ。
おうよ、勤労戦士よ。
雇い主に尻尾を振るしか能がないのよ。
へいへい。おっと、何も混ぜない方がいいぞ。
Castor brings the cup to her mouth with a stiff expression. Then her face becomes surprised with wonder. Her ear is twitching again.
美味しい。
本当だ。これは。なるほど。高価なだけのことは。
な、だろ?
He smiles. The tea swirling inside the cup is a pretty dark copper color, but it's completely transparent. And the taste isn't bitter at all. I also feel like it's subtly sweet. I won't need milk for this, as it tastes like the very essence of tea. Castor, whose maliciousness dissipates, lets out a sigh and releases the tension from her shoulders. The background music comes back.
ちなみに、あんたのマスターとは初対面だが、隣の姉ちゃんだったら知ってるぜ。俺の釣り仲間だからな。あの姉ちゃんはもっぱら食う方だけど。
Of course she does. Ah, I see. I bury my face in my hands from
あ
embarrassment.
の女らしい泥棒トラップリね。
Sorry, I'm an accomplice.
なあ、そろそろ教えろって坊主。なんなんだ一体よ。
I briefly explained from when I got captured by Castor and a full account of how we followed Fujini and Mr. Kuzuki.
なるほどな。そりゃキャスターの懸念ももっともだ。
同意してくれてありがたいわ。けれど、あなたが言うと嫌な説得力があるわね。
よし。じゃあ、俺が一つ探りを入れてきてやろう。
ランサ
何？調査費用はサービスにしといてやる。
He's playing detective.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがでしょう。
ちょうだじゃなくてください。とっても美味しかったから。でもおかわりサービスなんてあったの？
この曜日この時間、ストライプ柄のお召し物の方にだけサービスしております。
Is he hitting on Taiga?
しましまサービス？
はい。
残念ですね。先生も次の機会はぜひしましまで。
なるほど。
総一郎様、下着がしましまです。
Why do you know that?
いいから教えてあげに行かなくても。
失礼ですが奥様、以前お会いしたことが。
奥様？そんな、うわ、やだな。
おや、私早とちりを。
Oh my god, he is hitting on her.
まるで一脚のティーセットのようにお似合いに見えましたものですので、てっきり。
ですって、どうしましょうねえ。
あ、
Oh my god.
刺さってる。テーブル刺さってる。
Also, wasn't that knife supposed to be super fragile? Wasn't that established last game?
しまって、その不思議剣しまって。
It's a state of emergency, Fujini. Please respond with a firm attitude as soon as possible. The table is turning into oversized trash.
あれ？お兄さんはもしかしてアロハのお兄さん？
お気づきいただけたようですね。
うわー、全然わかりませんでした。見違えました。
お知り合いですか？
ご紹介しますね。よく鳩場にいらっしゃって釣った魚を分けていただくんです。すっごい釣り名人なんですよ。アロハなのに。
Just had to throw that last bit in there.
それほどでも。
今日は魚はお持ちじゃないんですね。あ、アロハ着てないから？
仕事中ですから。ちなみにアロハは釣り道具ではありません。
And so, Fujimi and Lancer start passionately discussing the different types of black porgy they can fish at the port, or how to fillet the fish or drain blood from it. The surrounding customers start to get more pale. Eventually, the young waitress from earlier pokes Lancer's back and brings him to the back of the store. In a few minutes of waiting, Lancer comes back to our table with a cheerful look.
よし、だいたいつかめたぜ。
本当に？
なんだか奥で怒られてたみたいにも見えたけど。
ちょっとだけな。まあ、しかしこうして。
He crouches his body again and brings his face close to Castor's.
じっと黙って見つめてたらすぐ解放してくれたぜ。
それだけじゃ済まないでしょ。
She taps the tip of Lancer's nose with the menu.
お見通しか。
ええ、あなたみたいなタイプは特にね。
おう、実は俺もある種の相手には鼻が利く。だが正直、あの変な姉ちゃんのことは全くわからん。
He strongly declares.
だがクズキについては大体わかったぜ。
一言も会話してなかったじゃないか。
それでもだって。
何が分かったっていうの？
そうだな。ありゃ女に振り回されて喜ぶタイプだ。あれこれ世話を焼いたり、わがままを聞いてやって懐の広いふりをしてみたりな。不幸せなのが心地いい一種のマゾ。男女である前にマスターとサーバントとの関係だってのに水強なもんだよな。
そこで俺を見るのかよ。
Castor bites her lip and looks away.
勝手なこと。
怒ったのか？
あなたの妄言に真面目に耳を傾けた自分を恥じただけです。
手厳しいな。風の噂じゃ竜道寺で夫婦ごっこしてるって話だが。
She turns to him, obviously angry for an instant, but she stammers and looks away again. I think she was trying to object that they're not pretending, but she couldn't. As if seeing through that, Lancer pursues it.
やめとけやめとけ。どこまで行っても確かな絆なんてものが目で見えたりするわけじゃねえんだから。適当にやるのが一番だ。
ランサー、クズキ家の平和を乱そうとしてるのか？
あ？おいおい、坊主までそんな顔しやがってん。
Lancer scratches his head and messes up his styled hair.
悪いな。言い方が汚かったか？要は気楽にやれって言ってんだ。夫婦だなんだって肩肘張ることはねえよ。自分が疲れっちまう。せっかくの遊びの時間だ。また同じ失敗をしたらあんたは立ち直れるのかい？
ランサー。
まあ聞けよ。俺でも妻帯者、一児の父だ。人にはいろいろな考え方があろうや。知れば勉強になることもある。仮にだ。あいつが浮気したとしよう。誰にだって間違いはある。ムラっと来たり、カッとなって憂を晴らしたくなったりな。それを今のあんたはきっと許せない。そうなりゃ何をするかわからんだろ だが一度きりの間違いで全部手放しちまっていいのか？そりゃもろすぎるってもんだろう。
何事も妥協で済ませるのが強き夫婦と言いたいの？
しかりよ。七かまどの枝はしなやかで粘り強い。嵐にも雪にも折れない。自分の湖に小さい堰を作って時々水を逃がしたところで湖は干上がらんし、空の天井も落ちてはこんさ。
Lancer must be trying to cheer her up in his own way. But the drawback of all three of us ducking low and clinging to the table is that it doesn't exactly create a serious atmosphere.
相手も安全弁を持っているはずだ。だから自分は浮気をしても別に構わないだろう。それがあなたの逃げ工場なわけね。けどあなたにだって決して譲れない聖なる誓いはあるでしょう。男の世界だけのものと思っているかもしれないけど。
聖なる誓いね。そりゃ破れないもんはいくらかあったけどよ。そういうのはなんだ。明確に考えちゃまずいもんだ。その手のもんは守るだけに留めておくんだよ。内容の是非は死に際あたりで振り返っていればいい。
Things that bind you know that you can't give up to others. Lancer said that those things you're supposed to analyze. Said that those aren't things you're supposed to analyze, but accept and abide by silently. This is the biggest difference between the spearman and that bowman. They are both obliging men, but the other warns you every time you make a mistake and tries to help you improve. This one approves of even your mistakes and helps without saying a word.
何度目の人生だろうが、私にはたった一つなのよ。定まったマスターもなく、ひょうひょうと暮らしているあなたには、生きている実感なんて永遠に湧かないのでしょうね。
かもな。命は巡るものだ。それはそれとして、あちらさん、どうやら本題に入るらしい。
Just as he says, when I look over, Fujini is awkwardly propping her elbow up on the table and clasping her hands together. As expected of a sentry and scout genius, he always keeps his eyes alert, no matter the situation.
ところで、本日はですね、お日柄もよろしくですね。折り入って、久月先生にご相談がありまして。私って、一人の女性としてどう思われますでしょうか？
Fujini? That's another snap. Castor grabs Lancer's ear and makes a dull sound. Lancer is screaming silently. His earrings are about to rip off. I'm glad that I'm not sitting next to her.
言ってしまった。すみません。他に聞き方なかったのかな、私ったら。本当ごめんなさい。いきなりですよね。でもぜひ率直な気持ちを聞かせていただけたらと思いまして。
私の気持ちをですか？
ええ、先生でなければダメなんです。
Oh, let go! I said let go of him! Hey, Casco! Oh no, it's going to rip off! Casco's eyes are wide open, yet she doesn't notice my hushed effort to restrain her or Lancer suffering in agony. My arms are just trembling.
少々話が見えません。順を追って話してくださると良いのですが。
そうですね。そうします。私ったら、
Fujini lightly smacks her cheeks and takes a sip of her tea. Yeah, I'm begging you, please calm down, Fujini. Lancer's ears are on the line.
実はですね、先日生徒から相談を受けまして、女の子です。いわゆる恋の悩みってやつで、そういう相談は以前にもありまして、特にそれが最初というわけでもなかったんです。しょっちゅうってわけでもないですけど、まあやっぱりそういう相談を持ちかけてくれるのって教師冥利につきますから、私なりに精一杯親身になって聞いて一緒に考えました。
The direction of the conversation that I hear slightly diverts from the worst case scenario that I was expecting from the beginning, and I've become a bit relieved. Lancer gets released from getting his ear ripped off and crouches on the floor, holding the side of his head. What a pitiful spearman, and be grateful that that you still have your ears.
だったんですけど、以前はそれで感謝されることなんかもあって、ちょっとうぬぼれちゃってたのかな。
守備欲はいかなか。
はい。
守備欲はいかなかったのですね。
嫌われたってほどじゃないんですけど、こちらから話しかけても以前のように何でも打ち明けてはくれなくなってしまって、信頼を失ってしまったというか。
この話は他言しません。
助かります。
Fujini is tearing up a bit. Something like that happened? I never noticed.
それでその子に言われたことがずっと気になってしまって、今度は私の方が誰か相談できる方がいないかななんて。まあ情けない話なんですけど。
何と告げられたのですか。
ええ、その子にはこう言われました。先生は彼氏もいないしバツイチでもない、何を話したって無駄じゃんって。
人生経験に乏しいから相談しても無駄だと。
そうです。
それでクズキに白羽の矢を立てて大人の火遊び、濃厚な不倫ライフを満喫してみようってわけか。やるね、姉ちゃん。
A blade is pointed right below Lancer's nose as he makes a smug face.
鼻の穴が一つになるわよ。
自分が未熟なのは重々承知でしたけど、それともう一つ、こっちのが効いたな。先生は誰でも好きで誰にでも好かれるからわかんないんだよ。お前のこと別に何とも思ってないなんて言われたことないでしょ。先生を避けてる人のことなんか想像できないでしょって。私、人を好きになることにかけては男女問わず自信があります。 その子の言いたかったのはもちろんそういうことじゃなくて、
好きでなければ嫌い、あるいはなし。中間はなく、明確な決断を求める話ですね。
ああ、ぶっちゃけそうです。
Yeah, the relationships are far more complicated than that.
私の身の回りでそんな話はないです。この冬騎士で、もしかして西日本一帯で一番縁遠いのが私かもしれません。
No, that's not.
私が力になれるとも限りません。
それです。恋愛にまつわる経験豊富な先生方は確かに他にもいらっしゃいますけど、失礼ながらもう過去の話ですよね。実感を持って私の相談に乗ってくださるかというと、ちょっとその不安で。
She must have not wanted to. She must have not wanted them to think that it's a worry that time can solve. Maybe the student that asked Fujini for help might have felt the same way. I think they can have more confidence in themselves.
久月先生はご結婚されたばかりです。つまり久月先生にとって私はナッシングのはずですよね。
Castor nods strongly. Lancer also nods along with her. Thanks to that, he still has two nostrils.
ですからぜひですね、今日は教師ではなくて一人の女性として私にどう興味ないかを語っていただければと。いやもう全く無理なお願いとは承知しております。でもこんな話真面目に考えていただけそうなのも久月先生だけだったんです。あ、ほら、何とも思ってないっていうのも実はいろいろあるんじゃないかと愚行いたしまして、ガサツだとか服のセンスが女っぽくなくてやぼったいとか、おかわりしすぎとか、食べてすぐ寝るなとか、タイガーとかで、すみません。私一人で延々喋ってますね。紅茶飲みます？
はい。
That's just because that's just because Mr. Kuzuki doesn't talk at all. But anyway, this is difficult. Fujini signals to the waitress and order another tea with a weird name. When I shift my focus back to in front of me, Castor, whose doubts were all cleared up, has an expression of and as refreshed as a fine autumn day. Lancer seems to be thinking through Fujini's confusing question as he has a solemn expression on his face.
総一郎様、仕事仲間に相談を持ちかけられたなら一言おっしゃってくださればいいのに。私だって秘密は絶対に守りますのに。でもあんなにご同僚を気遣われてお優しい。
それはどうかな。
何？物干し竿の行商だったら間に合ってるわよ。
竹や竿だけって俺の槍に真っ向くせふんどし干したりするんじゃねえ。まだただの相談事とは決まってないぜ。
まさかもう一波乱ってことは。
わからんわけわからんぞ。腹を割った話だ。どう転ぶかな。
あなた人の不安を煽ってるだけでしょ。 結果論でそれ見たことかって言いたいだけなんじゃないの？
Anyway, there aren't many men who can clearly answer a question like Fujini's. Anyone who would hold back, unless they had bad intentions to start with. Anyone would hold back, unless they had bad intentions to start with. First of all, you wouldn't normally think about why you're not considering the person next to you as a romantic interest in the first place. That's not something you're conscious about in the first place. Whoever asks Fujini for advice is also asking too much of her. Jeez. If someone were to be able to answer, they need to have enough life experience, be composed enough to be able to reflect on themselves at any time, be able to point out the other person's faults earnestly yet relentlessly. That kind of person. And a man I know that that would correspond to that is Lancer? Definitely not him. Mr. Kuzuki, after all, I think. Well, but it's normal to worry about that the person you're talking to might dislike you or think interacting with you is a hassle, unless you're extremely self-centered or have an innocent personality like a certain somebody. I wonder if it would be shock therapy for that certain somebody. After taking a sip from the new tea that was brought, Mr. Kuzuki solemnly speaks up.
まだ私がふさわしいのかどうか疑問は拭えませんが、先生のたっての希望とあればお答えしようと思います。
お願いします。
おっしゃる通り、私は藤村先生に興味は一切ありません。
ですよね。
Castor suddenly fist bumps.
男として藤村大河という女性に欲望を持つかと問われるならそれもありません。ましてや恋愛感情を抱くことなどありえません。
ですよね。
Even Fujini is shaken up. Next to the gloating Castor, Lancer is hanging his head low with a dreary expression.
あくまで同僚として円滑なお付き合いができればそれで構いません。
はい。
Fujini gets small. Please stop already. Oh, it hurts more than I can imagine even listening from the outside.
そう思っておりました。
おりました。
Lancer straightens up. His eyes light up. Also, he does that kind of stuff after all. He doesn't like that kind of stuff after all.
総じて人間というものに興味を持たないのです。人生の苦しみや喜び、他者が自分をどう思っているのか、こちらに愛情を持っているのか、憎しみを向けられているのか、せいぜい気にかかるとすれば、相手がしたいかそうでないか、その程度。
Fujini's surprised explanation could be heard throughout the shop. She leans forward.
だって奥様がいらっしゃるのでしょ？
確かにおりますが、恋愛結婚ではありません。
Oof.
じゃあお見合いですか？それとも家に無理やり決められた言い名付けですとか？
強いて言えば見合いのようなものです。しかしそれも自分から起こした行動ではなく偶然的だったと言えるでしょう。
I timidly look over to Castor. Castor is looking down, and I can't see her expression from her bangs, fortunately. Lancer is slightly flinching away. Fujini, who sounds like she's reciting a poem by Kenji Miyazawa, takes a deep breath, then somehow calms herself down. She asks with a shrill voice, with a still shrill voice.
他人に無関心でも生きられるということです。私は自分の授業で人間というのは一人では生きていけない生き物であると教えていますが、それは現代国家という相互に保障し合うシステムを考えた上での話です。実際には個人の身になって考えれば他者の存在など必要ありません。道具や物です。相手も同じ人間だと思う必要などどこにも。例えば単独で狩りをする動物が意識するのは自らの縄張りと子孫を残すために交配する相手をいかに効率よく獲得し、そしてまた縄張りの外へ追いやるかということです。
あ、メスグモが交尾後のオスを食べちゃうっていう。
例えば単独で狩りをする動物が意識するのは自らの縄張りと子孫を残すために交配する相手をいかに効率よく獲得し、そしてまた縄張りの外へ追いやるかということです。それは生存のために異性を利用する典型でしょう。ただ効率よく利用し合おうとする関係は愛情と言えますか。仕事を共に行う相手に好意を持たなければ生計を立てられませんか。
そうですね。相手のことを個人的におもんばかる必要は必ずしもないです。生きてはいけます。
はい、生きるだけなら一人で十分です。
ええ。
I return my gaze and I'm stunned. A smirking Lancer slowly extending his finger towards Castor's bangs, and she is looking down. Unbelievable. There must be a limit to morbid curiosity. Is he trying to open the gates of hell? I lean forward and try to stop his reckless action, but he grabbed my face with his other hand. The next moment, his fingertips lift her bangs up. What appears is there's no sign of rage. What is there are unwavering blue eyes, a calm smile full of trust.
ダメですよ。
Fujini suddenly stands up from her seat.
奥様を大切にしてください。
Her face is bright red, and as she swings her arms around, the tiger in her is coming out.
一度も会ったことはありませんけど、先生が職員室でお食べになっているお弁当を私見たことあります。うちの四郎みたいにプロ級とはいかないけど、一言で言うとちょっと出来損ないというか、食べても品質に問題ありませんというか、でもとっても一生懸命に作ってありました。私わかります。私も料理下手ですから。いや、だから私が先生の役に立ちませんって釘刺してるわけではなく、それに四郎からも聞いてます。外国の方なのに日本の生活に慣れようとしてすっごく頑張っているとか、雅やかでとても絵になるお二人だとか。
先生、かけてください。 器が倒れてはやけどを負いかねません。
あ、はい、これは失礼おば。
Fujini tilts her head in confusion.
そのこれってば奥様から私に乗り換えちゃおうっていういろいろメキメキメロメロなお話だったりは。
いいえ、
ごめんなさい。そうですか。ですよね。また私ったら全く粗骨者で。でも、よかった。
私こそどう語ればよいのか分かりかねて紆余曲折した話し方を。
Mr. Kuzuki clasped his hands that were on his knees, that were on his knees on the table. Well, his back still straightened. A silver ring that subtly glimmers as on his ring figure.
正直に申して私は未だに藤村先生の疑問に直接お答えできる言葉を持ち合わせません。
それでしたら先ほど
あれは以前の私がそう動いていたということです。
なるほど。
Could have said that before.
藤村先生は生徒に指摘されたように独身であることに不安を覚えておられるのかもしれません。自分に欠けているものを認めながら教壇に立ち続けることが自分に対しても折り合いをつけることができるのだろうか、そう懸念されているのかと。でしたら私にも不安はあります。妻を持つ者として何をなさねばならないのか、周囲に何を期待されているのか、妻以外の女性に対してどう接すればよいのかわからないことだらけです。こういった事柄に考えが及ぶようになったのは他ならぬ家内と出会ったからです。互いに何の過去も持ち合わせない、ただ夫婦という形だけが初めにあった。形から入るという言葉がありますが、まさにそれです。私はその形に救われたのだと今では思っています。私の内面は何も支えるもののない薄っぺらいものでした。
でも今では奥様を愛していらっしゃるんですね。そこで黙っちゃうんですか？
申し訳ありません。私は自分の感情がわからない、いえ信じないようにしている。それはしてはならないことだからです。ですのではっきりと主観を口にすることはできません。
自分を信じちゃいけないんでしょうか？
I think it's more like he was never taught how to do. He was never taught how to do that. He's not well adjusted to know what he's feeling. Is what I'm getting.
いいえ、これは私の数少ない心情ですのでお気になさらずに。まあそういった約束事もあるので私にも確かな言葉などないのですが。
Mr. Kuzuki coughed softly.
気持ちは鈍く怠惰なものです。今確かにそうだと感じ得たことが明日には移ろいかれることも不思議ではない。だからこそ日々の繰り返しの中でようやく気づく思いもあるのではないか。ただ一瞬の熱情にすがるのではなく、寄り添って生きてこそ育まれるものもあるのではないか。伽藍堂の私でもいつかは変われるのではないか、そう思いました。言うなればそれは弱さでしょう。 守るべきものがなければ何も失うこともなく負けはしないのですから。だがそれでは生きているだけ、死んでいるも同然です。言葉を口にせずとも私と家内はすでに夫婦です。私は器用ではありませんので、ただ二人の形を守り続けていくだけで今は精一杯なのです。私は口数が少ないので落ち着いているように見られるかもしれませんが、生徒たちの前で不安に駆られる場面があるのは同じです。しかしそんな自分の至らなさを理解しながらも、その瞬間に最善を尽くすのであれば、それは恥ずかしいことではないでしょう。
はい、いつか立派な教師になるその日までファイトですね。
武道にも通じる話ですが、短い一生のうちで人を教える道には終着点などはおそらくないのでしょう。慢心に溺れずたゆまぬ研鑽を続けることこそ確実な姿勢であると私は思います。藤村先生にお話しできる範囲ではこれが全てです。聞き苦しい話でしたが、先生が引け目を感じずに済む助けになれば幸いです。
And with that, Mr. Kuzuki turns to Fujini and bows his head in thanks. Fujini tears up.
渋い、結婚したい。あ、いや、ありがとうございました。すっごい元気エナジーいただきました。私の方こそ応援しておりますから。
Fujini bangs her head on the table as she bows to him.
やっぱあの姉ちゃん面白いな。
Lancer laughs lightheartedly.
宗一郎様から離れたところで大騒ぎしてくれる分にはね。
She's also laughing, but isn't she actually furious?
まあ、あいつが律儀な男だってのは最初から分かってたよ。
ランサー、今ステータスの幸運値が E から F マイナスに更新されたから。
何をバカな。
紅茶代あなたにつけておくから迷惑料で。
何？
We try to leave through the front entrance without being noticed. But that wasn't possible, so we discreetly sneak through the restroom, roll out of the narrow window, and our shadowing plan somehow comes to an end.
迷惑かけたわね、あなたにも。
She smiles bitterly while dusting off her pants.
まったくだ。けど、藤姉の教師らしいところが見られて嬉しかったよ。
あれで困った人ね。
Castor shrugs her shoulders, but she somehow looks satisfied after all.
せいぜい晩餐を大盛りにしてブクブク太らせてあげる。
そうするよ。そっちこそあまり一世を邪険にせずに。一世？
保証しかねるわね。魔女ですもの。どうかした？目を丸くして。
やっべ。一世のこと完全に忘れてた。
待ち合わせ？しょうのない。適当に私の方で言い繕っておくわ。
すま
ん。What a disgrace. I've made all the debt that she owes me zero in an instant. After I see Castor off, I recall Lancer in his waiter outfit. Lancer got involved in some trouble early on like this, but he seemed like he'll last a while at his part-time job. Nothing for morning. Request cooperation. One conclusion. In order to defeat her, the enemy that I've yet to see, Lancer's cooperation is essential. It's not because I can't cooperate with other servants. Hypothetically, to be able to defeat her, it would not be Saber, even more so not me, but it has to be by the hands of that spearman. I call to him. These are also a fragment and of new days that I haven't seen before. I unraveled the truth to the best of my ability. The reenacted Holy Grail War. Bizet Frogamuk Remitz, who continues to fight in this night town. That defeating her is the solution to the situation, and that Lancer himself, who was her servant, is the warrior that could lead us to certain victory. Lancer is silent. Even if I told him the truth, his answer won't change. Just like before. He rejects it, saying that it doesn't concern him. That's why before that... I throw the earring that I picked up at the house to him. Idiot, that's not it.
どこで見つけた？まだ出会ってなかったんじゃないのか？
一つだけ落ちてたんだよ。あんたはあの洋館に行ってないのか？
行く必要がないからな。それに第一。
Did he not have the time during Did he not have the time during the Holy Grail War? Damn it, it can't be helped.
まあ預かっておくけどよ。いいのか？俺に渡しちまって。
それが最善だからな。ま、正直に言えばあんたにだけは返したくなかったけどね。
It's meaningless even if I say such a thing. You see, in other words, I return the earring. If it won't work, even after I set the stage this much, I can't get Lancer's help. I'll think of a way to win against her with Saber, just like I've been doing.
いいぜ。決行はいつだ？
考えて。え？
なんだそりゃ。付き合ってやるから時間を教えろって言ってんだよ。
What kind of change in heart is that? Lancer agrees to my cooperation request.
いや、助かるけど、時間は深夜。0時前に教会の広場だけど。
わかった。待機しておく。ああ、それと条件が一つな。マスター退治は俺がやってやるから、お前は手を出すな。セイバーも連れてこなくていい。あいつの戦法は知っているからな。1分とかからねえよ。
Lancer waves goodbye and returns to his fishing spot.
いや、ちょっと待った。
なんだよ。まだなんかあるのか？
いや、ないけど。いいのか本当に。頼み込んだ身でなんだけど。女殺しと主君殺しはしないんだろ？
な細かいこと忘れろ。てめえの言葉に縛られてるようじゃ人生楽しめねえぞ。
Look who's talking. Who's the one who was protecting those small
ラン
things?
サー、あんた月初を破ったらペナルティを受けるんだろ？大丈夫なのか？二つも破っちまって。
The last of the mythology. Kukulane and ate dog's meat, aware that it's another, aware that it was another of mob's schemes, and lost the use of his left arm.
別に月収ってわけでもないし、なんとかなるだろう。言ってなかったが、クランの猛犬が最後の最後に守ったのは友の名誉だったとか。まったく困ったもんだ。それじゃあ何があっても守らねえと格好がつかねえだろ。
Lancer laughs sarcastically and disappears into the wharf. Klane's guard dog's last moment. As he was surrounded by Queen Meb's army, the minstrels sang to him, "Give us your spear. If you do not, we will sing of your shame." In this age, the poem of the minstrels were known as the truth to the public, even if they were false. Kukulane gave his spear to the minstrels, and the spear that was handed to the enemy has continued to take away things important to Kukulane. There were three minstrels. The first one saw Kukulane's glory. The second one saw for his spear in the name of Ulster. Then the third one, the minstrel sang to Kukulane, who lost his coachman and his beloved horse, to give his spear again. I have no more spears to give. I've already long paid the price for my own glory and Ulster's glory. Kukulane exclaimed. To that, I see. Then we shall sing the shame of your family and the ones you love. The minstrel sang back while laughing. To this proposal, Kulane's guard dog laughed out loud and gave his last spear, saying that it can't be helped. The spear was handed over to the enemy and was said to appear as the guard dog's stomach at last. I don't know what Lancer is helping me out for, but we finished preparing. Under the hazy moon, the one thing that will be settled at the church at night. Go to the church at night. The conclusion draws near. Based on the pact with the spearmen, go to battle. We meet on the road to the church, as planned. Lancer kept his promise.
なんだ、時間よりちょい早いじゃねえか。
His tone is casual, while his attire is anything but. It's been half a year since I've seen him armed for battle. Oh, right. It's already been half a year since the war ended, and I am going to switch for this.
So, それでどう戦うんだ？相手の戦法は知ってるって言ってたけど、対策は立ってるのか？
The outcome of this battle depends on whether you can neutralize Frog Rock. The trump card of the enemy master I have yet to meet.
いや、フラガラックは封じられねえ。ありゃあよくできた迎撃砲具だ。まあ正直に戦えばまず負ける。 古と切り札の出し合いならフラガラックは最強の一つと言っていい。
Lancer goes on to describe Frog Rock. He said that there isn't any way to destroy it, that it's a projectile weapon meant to draw the opponent into an all-or-nothing mutual strike, designed to respond to an enemy's trump card the instant they use it. So he won't use a noble phantasm to defeat Bazette. By leaving by sealing his own trump card, he can have Frog Rock's effectiveness.
それだけ？
それだけ。こっちが宝具さえ使わなけりゃフラガラックは波の宝具だ。まあ向こうは好きに切り札を使えるんで宝具なしじゃちときついんだが。
Lancer's eyes declare that he won't lose, even with the handicap. Come to think of it, most ranged attacks won't work on Lancer, from half-baked spells to throwing knives or arrows. His physical ability as a warrior surpass those of Bazette, so he should be able to defeat her in a stand-up fight. But
あの女とは宝具で蹴りをつける。すぐに済むから、お前は離れて様子を見てろ。
Frog Rock can't be broken. Even as Lancer stated that, he declares his intention to face it. We head up the hill and arrive at a makeshift arena. The moonlight is dim, and when I look up, my vision becomes slightly muddled. Is the moon just dark tonight, or are the stars closer? In the dark sky, the murk feels like I could reach out. The murk that feels like the murk which feels like I can reach out and grab. Two figures await us. How many times have I seen this kind of sight? With a shadowy avenger at her side, the mage takes in her enemies. Lancer glares at her as if he's seen a ghost. He isn't focused on the mage herself, but gouging the distance to the foe with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're about 10 meters away. Lancer walks to an ideal distance for throwing his spear and points its tip at the ground. Is he casting some kind of spell? He's carved runes in 4 directions, but I don't notice any obvious magecraft at work. Without stepping out of the circle he's drawn, he brandishes his spear with a flourish. Come, he gestures. Lancer demonstrates his pure will to fight without wasting time on introductions. Bazette asks the shadow a question.
何ってサーバントだよ。一目瞭然じゃないか。
そんなはずはない。あんなサーバントは今までいなかった。あれは何のサーバントだ、アベンジャー。セイバーでもない。アーチャーでもない。ライダーでもキャスターでもアサシンでもない。あれは
それこそ一目瞭然だ。なあマスター。あの獲物を見てまだ何もわからないのか？
The shadow snickers, and all at once, the mage loses her will to fight. She's on the verge of weeping after taking one look at the enemy, until Lancer's heartless words break the dam on her tears.
おい、今からあんたを殺すわけだが。
She puts up her fist in fright. The gesture doesn't have the same steel it did earlier.
待ってください。私はあなたと戦う理由はない。あなただって私と戦う理由は
あるだろう。 あんたは聖杯戦争に勝つために来た。サーバントを全て倒すまで戦いは終わらない。あんたは今俺と殺し合うためにここにいる。
The shadow laughs. It's a chuckle of agreement.
違う。私はあなたとは戦わない。そうだ、あなたとは戦わない。あなたとは戦わない。あなたとは戦わない。だってあなた私のこと知ってる？
知らねえよ。あんたみたいな負け犬に覚えはない。
Ouch! Damn cold. At Lancer's last remark, the mage sags like a puppet with its strings cut.
ではあなたは私の敵か。
Before she completely collapses, she forces herself to stay on her feet.
そうだ。この後ゴウラ、ルーン使いなら意味がわかろうよ。
その陣を敷いた戦士の敗走は許されず、その陣を見た戦士の退却は許されない。我ら赤枝の騎士に伝わる一騎打ちの大金塊。
So that's what Lancer's engraving really does. The mage regains her warriors as Mien, and the spearman takes hold of it as weapon with both hands. The air freezes. Lancer's noble phantasm waits its owner's command. 10 meters away, the mage stands poised for battle. A lead-colored sphere floating behind her. That sphere must be Frog McRemmit's great secret. Frog Rock, a magical relic from the Age of Gods. Lancer knows its power. And he even dubbed it the ultimate interception mystic code. Even knowing that, he still can't hold back against her. The spearman tenses his arms. He isn't going to throw it. Lancer turns his body itself to the spear. Bazette deploys the spear. She levels the sword of the gods, protected by a curse, a concept, at the spearman's heart. Simultaneously, true names are evoked and weapons are launched. First is the cursed crimson spear, Guy Bolg. Frodrock, the retrograde sword of light, intercepts Guy Bolg. There's no such thing as wait and see when it comes to Gobla. Both fighters move to annihilate each other with their most powerful attacks. 2 points intersect. Each attack is meant to slay its target. The spearman has no shield to block the sword, and the mage has no way to evade the spear. However, if both fighters attack each other at the same time, then the mage won't be hurt. Just a sliver. As long as the mage's blade strikes home just slightly faster, the duel will end in her favor. Frog Rock, the retrograde sword of light. It's not the enemy's heart that it gouges out. It is an arcane blade of absolute victory, which severs the very destiny of two fighters mutually slaying each other. Due to this noble phantasm's unique property, it can't be outpaced. The condition to activate Frog Rock is the enemy using their trump card. the enemy must always act first. Thus, the mage will be destroyed by the enemy as novel phantasm, even if hers defeats the enemy. In truth, this absolutely lethal counterattack is meant to result in the mutual death of both combatants. However, Bizet's sword overcomes this flaw. It activates immediately after the enemy uses their noble phantasm, outpacing the enemy no matter how fast they are to strike true and kill them. The attack unleashed by this noble phantasm converges like a needle point, and it is a feat to be admired. But what should truly be feared is its trait. That which launches second and strikes first. As its title, I lost a lot of frames there. I don't like that. As its title suggests, Frogrock warps causality, overriding its wielder's attack and having occurred in advance. And the outcome means that no matter how mighty the enemy's novel phantasm is, they will never have a chance to use it. The defeated has no opportunity to counterattack. Frogrock is a mystic code which exaggerates this fact. It is the conceptual curse which twists destiny itself. An arcade blade which moves in retrograde to cancel out any attack. A trick of the gods using time itself to neutralize any assault. So, Lancer is not exempt from its curse, even though he moved first. The sword of the war god hurtles across the battlefield. There is no way to destroy Frogrock once it's been unleashed. Lancer knows full well that he will lose the instant Gaivold Frogrock meet. If there's something that wouldn't lose against the sword of the spear god, it would be something with multiple lives, or the resurrection, or a resurrection novel phantasm that activates automatically. In fact, the ability to come back to life upon death is the natural counter to Frogrock. Of course, Lancer possesses no such novel phantasm. The spearman engages in this duel, knowing exactly how it would end. At that time, just for a moment, I noticed hesitation in the man in front of me. He wouldn't know what I'm referring to, but this grumbling sounds familiar. His grumbling sounds familiar. It happened a long time ago. Perhaps I wanted you to kill me. What a gentle voice. The witch of the land of shadows smiled as she was praying. Strangely, this was when he gave him the mnemonic spear. The witch was no longer human. And she had slain far too many men, gods and wraiths in her sublime martial art and magical prowess. She was the only mentor. Kukulain's guard dog ever followed, and she was relegated to a deathless fate. Her domain would eventually be cut off from the material world, transforming into the land of the dead. The reward for a human who grew too close to the gods was exile, promotion to a place neither material nor spectral. Oh dear, I should have died before I got to this state. In a gloomy castle garden, the witch laughed. He loved her hearty laugh. Still a boy, her beloved pupil arrived at her castle by the shortest route, and yet, if only you had been born a little sooner. Ah, youth. The witch chuckled. She accepted her pupil as a first-rate warrior. In his own way, he had intended to live life in a hurry, but he left regret with the woman he loved. The sword of the war god pierces Lancer through his chest. Briefly forgotten, and intense pain comes to the fore. He puts strength into his crumbling fingers. There's still one regret left in his spear. It's a cursed spear that's only killed those he loves. His one and only best friend, his son who grew up in a distant land, but before them, it was supposed to kill a woman. Now that he considers it, his life has been full of detours. No one can replace anyone else, but if there's anyone who can be saved, he'll clear up the regret of his youth right now. Lancer's lips curl into a cold, determined smile. He grits his teeth as his heart is gouged out. He laments his karmic bonds far too late. And thus, the maid is sure of her victory. Her war god sword outspeeds the enemy spear and strikes home. In that moment, the enemy attack was reversed, becoming an event that never occurs. That's the principle of this world, a conclusion that preserved the absolute order known as time. Eh? But know this, she who would wind back order. Concepts are destroyed by concepts. The spearman too bears a temporal curse. That was cool. She ruptures. The barb slips into her rib cage as fast as lightning, and the instant it struck her heart, it turned into 1,000 thorns, annihilating the mage's body from within. Yeah, because Gaibolg affects causality, so it always affects the heart, no matter where it's aiming. She ruptures. The pain and astonishment causes her sealed memories to burst out like water out of a broken dam. While Frogrock's curse switched the sequence of events, Lancer's spear reverses causality itself. As soon as its true name was invoked, Gaibolg possessed the outcome that had already struck the target's heart. Thus, it is futile to return to the moment before it was activated and kills its owner. And kill its owner. The spear which carried the outcome of piercing a heart will relentlessly carry out its duty, even if its wielder is deceased. Oh, that's right. Because she's now on the verge of death, her brain still can't process who her enemy is. But this is a clash of rules. This person is the only man in the world who would return things to their proper order. Before she knows it, the spearman is in front of her. He's a little far away. She tries to reach out to him, but he's just barely out of reach.
忘れ物だ。これはあんたに返しておく。
He pulls out the spear. With a clang, something hard falls to the ground. The mage's body collapses with nothing to support it. She sinks into a pool of her own blood. With dying eyes, she sees a crystal earring on the ground. She remembers, so she reaches for it and clutches it in her hand. It costs her half of her dwindling life force to do it, but she's happy at the stone's touch. She reaches for her pocket, but her arm can't move anymore, so she can't take out the lucky charm she was keeping inside.
ねえ待って私これと同じの持って
Even she doesn't know what she's trying to say, but she feels terribly, terribly sad that she can't show him what's in her pocket. So sad that she doesn't even know what it is anymore. The spearman leaves. The mage's eyes waver between melancholy and joy.
私持ってるの持ってるの
Her
持
voice,
ってるの
her voice dies off 10 seconds later.
持ってる
All in all, it took a minute. The spearman's prediction was painfully accurate.
ああ、割り合わね
Lancer steps away from Bazette's corpse and sighs heavily. He leans on his spear like a cane, supporting his bloody form. In that case, the battle is won. Only Bazette's servant, Avenger, remains. Now that he's lost his master, he probably isn't very strong.
お見事で俺とやる気力は残ってるかランサー
え。残ってる。と言いたいが。ほら、なんだ。こっちの問題で無理そうだな。
Lancer's body is fading. The duel between Frogrock and Guy Bolg resulted in a mutual kill. Each fighter took the brunt of the other's noble phantasm. Lancer isn't walking away from this.
悪いな。あとは好きにやってくれ。だいたい俺の仕事はここまでだろ、小僧。
Perhaps one could call it a graceful exit. With a parting mutter about not looking very dashing, he casually disappears from the world. He casually departs the world. But what happens now? He defeated Bazette, who he believed to have recreated the Holy Grail, who we believe to have recreated the Holy Grail War. Nothing dramatic has happened yet, but once dawn comes, we should be free from the chains of the fourth day.
バゼットを殺したところで聖杯戦争は終わらない何しろ俺がいる限り何度でも蘇るからなそいつは
The shadow laughs. Avengers still exit without an obvious penalty, even though his master is dead.
お前はまあ待てそう張り切るなせっかくバゼットを殺したんだとっておきのショータイムが待ってるぜ
Well, I thought this wouldn't be the end. The moon has died. Before I know it, the church is surrounded by those monsters. Failed.
なんだこいつら全然やる気がない
The monsters don't so much as twitch. Their bright, smoldering eyes stare not just at me, but the servant. They cackle in delight at others' failures. Yes, yes, you failed again.
マスターを失ったからな。俺も奴らの仲間入りかよ。
His voice is like that of a condemned criminal afraid of death. Like he doesn't want to be next on the chopping block. The servant earnestly looks to me for help and morphs into a twisted monstrosity. Yes, yes, yes.
お前は一体
He's just like them. The servant called Avenger completely melts, turning into something like the monsters.
こうして俺は失敗する。よく見ておけ、エミヤシロ。これが正体だ。俺は無限に失敗する。この俺がいる限り、聖杯戦争が終わることはない。よく見ておけ、エミヤシロ。これが正体だ。俺は無限に失敗する。俺は無限に死に続ける。
You too, you too, you too. He shivers, his teeth chattering. The thing that used to be Avenger bleeds from all over his body, cowering in fear of the monsters around it. Yet it continues to shout its sanity intact.
天の杯に至れ。虚無を埋めろ。やめろ。聖杯を満たせ。やめろ。やめろ。可能性を皆殺しにしろ。やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。見えない、見えない。もう何も見えない。そうだ。本物の俺を殺しに来い。やめて、やめて。来ないでよ。殺しに来たら殺してやる。
The monsters consume the dark shadow. It doesn't take them much time to finish the ritual. One by one, the monsters disappear, leaving a new... high, mindless, repulsive beast squatting in their wake. Our eyes meet. The monster cocks its head quizzically, then bounds into the grass like a frog. I'm left alone in the clearing. There isn't a trace of Bizette's body. I'm probably back at the first day.
天の杯
I've heard that somewhere before. Heavensfield. In the Holy Grail War half a year ago, there was a girl who went by that title. That's all I can remember now. Dawn breaks, bringing the end of the day. The final path is shown to me in the winter castle where the girl awaits. You've identified the remains. Cup of Heaven. Required the Cup of Heaven flag. The Cup of Heaven awaits you in the winter castle. Go learn the truth. Another one? Gotta switch again. There's a gaping hole in my chest. Something warm spills from the wound, and something cold invades the void it leaves. It's frightening, but it's also gentle. This is death. A gentle darkness containing a single mixture of pain and relief. 8 days before the Fifth Holy Grail War was set to begin, I arrived in Fuyuki City and began my preparations for the conflict. I learned the lay of the land and and chose the location to use as my hideout. I prepared to the best of my ability and summoned a servant. The process was unlike anything I'd undertaken before. My heart pounded in my chest. It wasn't the thrill of battle. There were two things about it that made me enjoy my job for the first time. You said that I should go on a voyage, that I should see the wide world. Feeling timid and sure that he would be satisfied with me as his contractor, my servant addressed me.
昔一度だけ女戦士と肩を並べて戦ったことがあってな。あんたにはあの女の面影がある。
He gave me a grin that made me feel like a fool for worrying at all. I wasn't betrayed. They never had any doubt in their hearts. There was no substance to me. I never decided the self that I needed to have once I became an adult. I never had anything like conviction. I armored myself up in the guise of an independent person without ever growing my inner self. My naked self was weak and cowardly, and I'd been pessimistic of the world my entire life. My father once said that I treated each day like work. He'd given up on me. I couldn't feel hope, so I passed the days hopelessly. But I was afraid of it all. I wanted to be rewarded. I wanted to be rewarded more than anyone, and yet I pretended to be wise and kept lying to myself. In reality, I could have enjoyed my life like anyone else, but I chose to ignore that fact because I would lose it all eventually. Actually, I found that side of myself very comforting. I wanted to conquer my weakness. I was resigned. I couldn't bear to live my life, to live on. With such miserable feelings, with such intolerable thoughts, I must confess, I didn't want to die. And I would fall here. I tasted it at hell again and again, fallen into a pit made from the resentment of the dead, of their hatred for the living. This place is suffocating. It's nothing like the relief I felt moments ago. Dying is torturous enough, but suffering after each death is going to drive me mad. No matter how many times I experience it, the few minutes between my death and resurrection make me want to puke. The first time I experienced this, I called it hell.
あれが地獄と呼ばれる地点なのかわからない。ただおぞましく汚らしかった。意識のある者にはあれは最低の土木窟です。
But I was wrong. This isn't hell. This isn't the place where the dead fall. My hell, my resurrection, was the relief I felt earlier. So this, I've known all along that this is his.
そうなんだ。参ったな。俺は特別感じないけど、気がついたらここにいるって感じで。
His original place. How he existed before donning the mantle of honor Manu. This is where he was before he made the pact with me. and its world of falsehood, he'll return to once our pact is over. Still, he doesn't find it wretched at all. A human like me would only feel misery, but it's nothing at all to him. These memories of his everyday life: imprisonment, plunder, abuse, contempt, eternal emptiness. A space beyond hate, where even when one sense of self is lost, and he had affirmed mankind's ugliness. A completely empty, pure land without joy or sadness, much less hatred. The life of a young man who they called all the evil in the world. So many blanks are filled in. Once the pain is complete, he'll just go back to that place. Even if it's made up, this Holy Grail war is his ideal world. I don't trust him anymore. So why is he trying to put an end to this dream? I open my eyes. This was the most vivid death I've experienced so far, but I feel calmer than I ever felt before. No, I'm just wrapped in stillness, mentally frozen. My intellect and emotions are halted. Right now, I bet I could do anything.
よう、起きたか、マスター。落ち着いているようで何よりだ。
I see Avenger in the corner of the room, absorbed in his usual puzzle. I feel annoyed. He's my familiar, but he doesn't do anything I want. He's always been in a shapeless shadow, so maybe I should just stuff him into a bug box.
お、まだやる気満々みたいだな。打たれ強いね、実際。元サーバントに殺されたっていうのに、全然答えてないみたいだ。
He snickers. A cold fire blazes in my frozen mind. It isn't his foul mouth I can't forgive, but the way he pretends to be evil.
なぜですか、アンリマユ。この聖杯戦争は私だけの望みではない。いえ、今では私以上に望む者がいるはずだ。私にはわからない。私たちの望みは同じなのに、どうして終わらせようとするのです。
I shout, clenching in my fists. I want to know how he feels more than I care about his betrayal. But he...
飽きた。つまんねえ。
He dismisses me. Even now, he completely erases how he feels.
アベンジャー。
そう睨むなよ。ほら、あんたもいい加減満足しただろ。念願の聖杯戦争を楽しんで、大抵の顛末を味わった。けどさ、ここにはあんたに必要だったものは何一つなかった。まあ、なんだ。俺から切り出すのは使い魔としてルール違反なんだが、そろそろいいだろう。契約を破棄しようぜ、マスター。それで、この話はおしまいだ。
Avenger extends his hand, knowing the significance of what he's saying. I can't do that. We've had our share of disagreements, but I can't let go of his hand once I've taken it.
アベンジャー。あなた、まだ私が見えている。
Just for an instant, my body flickers. I knew it. He's almost completely returned to the void. His body flickers.
言っておきますが、私はこの聖杯戦争を止めるつもりはありません。元の死体に戻るなど真っ平だ。
そうか。マスターがそう言うなら契約は続けるしかない。しかし、こうなると聖杯戦争の本当の勝者に、また聖杯を壊してもらうしかないか。
そんなことできるわけが。
できるよ。あいつは一度やってるからな。言っただろう。これは第5回目の再現なんだって。聖杯を壊したやつが聖杯までたどり着いたら、そりゃ壊れても不思議はないさ。
そう。それが。
Avengers Eyes finally, Avengers final trump card. God, I was reading that wrong. No, it's the way he intended to end this all along. The black shadow sticks to the wall.
早くからこうすればよかった。あなたは私のサーバントなのに言うことを聞かなすぎた。
I won't give him a chance to fight back. Maybe if I use a command spell. Oh, there's no cage to trap him in. Okay, then I'll.
お前なんて私の左腕にでもなってしまえ。
With this, he can't go see the victory of the Holy Grail War on his own anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to kill him. In that case, I just need to protect the Holy Grail.
契約は破棄しない。アンリ、この世界を止めるというなら、あなたであろうと私の敵だ。
Now let the Holy Grail War continue. The Holy Grail is mine. This wish is mine. I won't let anyone break it. Nighttime Holy Grail War 7. Ah, we're getting there. Fourth time. I don't have any business at the church. No unfinished business at all. Not for a Miyashiro.
今更寄り道の一つや二つ変わらないか。
It'll only waste a little bit of time. All these events piling up are starting to take a toll on my mind and body. It isn't the most productive kind of motivation, but maybe I'll have. It isn't the most productive kind of motivation, but maybe I'll have her share some of her energy with me again. The hymn abruptly stops. Karen stares at me like she's seen a
なん
ghost.
で中断するかな。今までやめたことなんて一度もなかったのに。
I return her stare with a glance and take my usual place on the pew. I've grown fond of the long bench after all this time.
おい、続きどうした？いつもみたいに構わずやってくれ。終わるまで待ってるから。
All right. God damn it. I jeer.
いえ、話があるのでしたらすぐそちらに伺います。
That's unusual. Does this cold-blooded girl usually possess the ability to be considerate? I wish she could have shown that once or twice before now. Right now, it just makes me uncomfortable. I better teach her how to read the room next time I get the chance.
エネルギー不足なんでムカムカしたいんだ。気にせず日課を続けてくれ。
演奏は続けますが、それはどういう意味でしょうか？
Oh, she didn't like the way I put that, did she?
元気が出るってことなんだが、あんたのオルガンはちょうどいい充電になる。聞いてると頭がビリビリするからな。
She had a face like an asshole. Karen turns back to the organ, looking disgruntled. It sounds like she doesn't understand the connection between my temper and my headache. Anyway, she starts playing again. The non-existent organ roars back to life. Her thin, scarred fingers touch the keys. I listen to the ear-grating hymn and fill the chapel for the fourth time. Then I realize something's different than from before. Is there more passion is there more passion in the performance? The sound waves there are just vaguely were just vaguely irritating before, but now they blatantly assault my auditory nerves. Like nails on a chalkboard. Deep irritation turns into anger, and before long, my ostentatious intellect begins to melt. Don't you find anything beautiful? She said something like that to me once. If I ever had such feelings, they're long gone. I'm at ease now. I just exist as I am, watching the world as it is. Personal sentiment is just too heavy, you know? And yet, why? Don't fuck with me. I catch a glimpse of an unfamiliar scene. I don't understand what it means. A barren wasteland, the air is thin and the ground is far below. Why am I remembering this now? These invasive thoughts I can't get rid of. I'm haunted by more than just loathing. This very scene is searing into my eyes. Give me a break. Why am I remembering this? It wasn't there. There was nothing there. I can't let this sway me. It's way too late to let myself get sentimental now. Remembering it won't change the past. I can't allow myself to take these mistaken feelings and illusions and arrange them into something beautiful. I accept things for what they are. I don't let a sense of nostalgia trick you into thinking that what isn't mine belongs to me. You're proud of the fact that you have nothing. Straw malfunction. Nothing gives you meaning. Nothingness gives you meaning. Just because you fabricate something that doesn't exist won't change the fact that you were a pointless sacrifice. Still, I'm pretty sure that there was never anything here. But does that really mean I didn't hope it to be that I didn't hope it meant something? The hymn is over before I realize it. I'm afraid it didn't give me the vigor I hoped for. And once again, I realize Karen's standing in front of me. I know I'm the one who insisted, but maybe she wants something from me too.
あなたがここに来ることはもうないと思っていました。
同感。なんでかな。きっと気の迷いだったんだ。元気が出ると思ったのに脱力させられたし。
自分で続けろと言ったのに。私の演奏はお気に召しませんか？
そうだな。技術レベルじゃ文句はないぜ。
Also, she hasn't got bandages on this time.
その包帯だらけの体でよく体力が続くもんだ。正直感心する。
Or maybe she doesn't, and I just can't see them.
実はオルガンの演奏すごくうまい。
人語に落ちぬ自負はあります。自身の取り柄を鍛えるのは私の趣味です。
珍しく強気じゃんか。そうか。あんたうまかったのか。
I made a mistake. I was just listening to it lightheartedly, like one would at a school arts festival. I wonder what would happen if I just said that out loud.
理解していただけて幸いです。ついでに私の演奏のどこがお気に召さないのかを聞きたいのですが。
どこって聞いてると眠くなるところ。電気使えとは言わねえけど、もっとわざとらしいほど盛り上げてくれないと。あと、何でもかんでも受け入れるような芸風もつまらない。もう少し反社会的なシャウトを聞かせてほしい。こう感極まって鍵盤を蹴りつけるぐらいに。
I couldn't ask for a better cacophony.
それは私ではなく曲が悪いということでは。加えて聴いている人間の感性も悪いかと。
何？マナー悪いのか？この観客。
言語に接するほどに私の語彙では言い表せるものがありません。
I suppressed a laugh. I thought she was hard to read, but it turns out that I can get the reactions out of her when I poke at her pride.
何か？
込み上げてきたものを我慢しただけ。あんた割と機関棒だよな。音楽の先生もしつけるのにさぞ苦労したろう。
あなたの基準で私を決めつけないでください。それとあなたには私の生い立ちを語ったはずです。
By a bunch of assholes.
私は孤立しているのですから。音楽は独学だと思わないのですか？
If you did, that's fucking impressive. Like, I know the piano is like a very easy instrument to learn, but it still takes work.
いるだろう、音楽の先生ぐらい。あんたの音には正しい規律がある。何人もの手を渡って受け継がれてきた演奏者の意志みたいなものだ。あんたのオルガンは自分のためのものじゃないだろう。あんたの演奏は多くの人間のために編み込まれた普遍的な音楽だ。
You can only learn skills on your own. A prodigy can't actually. A prodigy can't suddenly create ideals that transcend the ages. If one compares a genius talent to a flower blooming on a large tree, then those who shine through their lineage are the trunk and branches that nurture the tree.
そんな小難しい話以前に上達したいなら人に教えてもらうのが一番手っ取り早い。世間体より合理性の方を優先したんだろうさ。機関棒ってのはそういうこと。あんたは本当に好きなもののためなら最善を尽くすタイプだと思うんだ。
あなたの推測にはうなずけませんが、 音楽を学ぶために特例として時間と指導者を用意していただきました。何かと問題はありましたが。
ほら、怒られてもめげないっていうか、あんまりダメージいかないっていうか、あんたは根っこのところに他人じゃ動かせないものがあるんだよ。自分がないなんてよく言ったもんだ。ほんと、教会の神父ってのはどいつもこいつも甲賀にできているんだな。
I snicker. Huh, I wonder what's got me in such a good mood all of a sudden. I'm not sure if I'm enjoying this or just being uppity with her, but I'm on some kind of emotional high. On the other hand, Karen's gone stiff. Looks like I struck a nerve.
そんなに抗がんでしょうか、私。
ああ、ここの前任者といい勝負だ。
She seems distant, as if searching for the right words. It's an innocent side of her I haven't seen much of. Maybe my rational mind is slightly giving way to my excitement. All at once, desires I pretended not to notice send my heart pounding. There's a faint sound like a plastic bag tearing. I smell the odor of blood coming from beneath her robe.
どうした？生理か？
I somehow doubt that.
傷が開いただけです。申し訳ありませんが、
Yeah, she is wearing the bandages.
そうだな。一つ後ろにずれるわ。あれ、今のは全面的にこっちのミスだ。
I get up and move to a seat further in the back. The smell of blood fades slightly at this distance.
あんたも大変だね。傷が開いたって、まだ夜の街を徘徊してるんだ。そうか。4日目の夜には律儀に俺を探してるんだっけ？
そうです。聖杯戦争の再現が終わるまで4日目の夜は街に出なくてはいけません。もっとも疲れているのはそれだけではありませんが、最近悪魔払いの真似事も始めましたので。
I grub absent-mindedly. To be blunt, my hackles aren't coming down time soon. Certainly not just because the smell of blood isn't as strong. I can see the white bandages she's using to hide her wounds. If I hold her down, her shoulders and thin arms will be liable to break. I bet that bloody pale stomach would taste like the sweetest skewered fish in season. God damn it!
本職の調子はいいのか？
いいえ、これが全く。今まで多くの悪魔払いをこなしてきたけど、弱音を言ってしまえば今回のようなケースは初めてです。
そいつ手強いんだ。
Crimson begins to speckle her bandages. It's captivating, raw. All this time I thought she was like a doll, but she's plenty raw.
強いか弱いかで言えば低級の部類に入るでしょう。でも一つだけ今までと違うところがあって、それで調子がおかしいのです。だってこの悪魔は私に厳しいんだもの。
はあ？悪魔が厳しいのは当たり前じゃないのか？
いいえ、基本的に悪魔は優しいのです。その結果はどうあれ、彼らは人の苦悩を理解し取り除こうとする架空要素。見ようによっては人間の味方ですから。間違っても人間を叱ったりはしないのです。
I can only take it as an invitation. The pose she makes as she prays, her interlocking fingers, her scarred body, it reminds me of... But she's neither offering those to God nor the devil. She does nothing and takes in all things as they are. A convenient sacrifice to accept some warranted blame. Not good. I need to snap out of this. This impulse is going to break my shell.
どうしたの？体調が乱れているようだけど。
いや、ちょっと貧血。それより今の話、初めてのケースってことは、つまり面白い。
全然。予想外のことばかりで、どちらかというと腹立たしいわ。そうね。正直、うんざりしてきたかも。自分から介入したことだけど、私の手には負えそうにないし、この辺りで引き上げていいかしら。
別にあんたの好きにすればいい。なんだよ、秋っぽいなとか無責任だなとか言ってないぞ俺。
それはそうだけど、ほら厳しいじゃない、あなた。
That's the first time anyone's ever called me strict. I seem to remember her calling me either impatient or patient, but which one of us was which? I'm still having trouble snapping out of it. This time she's a challenge. Do her golden eyes see me? The real me? I can't believe that my cocoon has started to crack after only 4 meetings.
もしかして本気にしましたか？
I look up, being mentioned.
申し訳ありません。少し私もあなたをからかってみたくなったのです。ご心配なく、途中で投げ出すことはありません。私が自分に課した役割はあなたを導くことですから。
ああ、そういえばもともと情報を交換する間柄だったっけ。1回目は助かったけど、2回目以降は役に立たないんで忘れてた。
それはあなたが関係のない話をするからです。重要な話をしてもらえれば私とて意見は返せます。
そうなんだけど。
I have nothing else to ask. Shiramiya and Karen Hortensia's relationship completely concluded after our third meeting.
もうほとんど終わっているんだ。さっきの話だけど、実際あんたはもう引き上げて構わないんじゃないかな。本職の方はそうだな、諦めて次の獲物を見つけてくれ。
That's my conclusion. Soon our relationship will end.
愚問と分かってはいますが、あなたはそれでいいのですか？
いいに決まってる。そのためにいろいろやってきたんだから。
それはあなたの意志で。あなたはどうしてこの願いを解決しようとするのです？
決まってるだろ。俺はエミやシロだからな。一度ぐらいは人助けをしてみたいんだ。
I'm certain. My second answer was genuinely from the heart. Hey Apso, welcome to the stream. How was your day? I get up. Having managed to say that, I want to believe that our time together meant something.
待って。
I can't stay with you anymore. I head outside, not slowing my
あ
step.
なたは虚無よ。生まれていないもの、未知のものがある限りあり続ける。
There isn't much time left. I just need to solve this
け
quickly.
ど、すべてが生まれてしまったら、あなたの居場所はどこにもない。この日常が埋まっていけばいくほど、あなたは輝きを失っていく。
I'm not losing it.
世界への関心を失って、元の無に戻るのよ。
I'm just going back to the shape I used to be. the way I should be. Karen 4. The church never changes. There's nothing here anymore. I should check someplace else. I hope I have a concrete reason for coming back here next time. Wow, that was short. Investigate at night with Saber. No matter how many times I've been here, the church never changes. Saber doesn't notice anything untoward either. There's nothing here anymore. We should move on. I hope I have a concrete reason to come here next time. It was just the same thing again. We got 3 more flags to get. On the way to the bridge, something odd comes into view. I stop and observe, but I have a hard time grasping what she's doing or what her intention is. Even if I let her be, I'm scared of what's to come. Maybe I should at least warn her as a friend.
ありゃ？見るからに不審なのが雲みたいによじ登ってくるかと思えばレミヤさんちのシロくんじゃない。どうしたの？こんなところにやってきて。ここ車道だから危ないわよ。あ、それともダイブ？
I feel drained all of a sudden. Because of the fact that Tosaka generally thought she needed to be worried about me jumping.
友人の身を案じてやってきた人間にその反応はないんじゃないのか？あと危ないのはそっちの方だ。
え？嘘？さっきの見てたの？レミヤくん。じゃあ見えちゃった？ずっと見てた？じゃあ見えちゃった？ずっと見てた？バッチリ見てたのね、こっちくし
ょI tilt my head for 0.2 seconds at Tosaka's erratic behavior. She throws a punch at my tilted face like a counterattack.
すみません、誤解でした。
She puts down her arms that were crossed in front of her chest and bows. It seems like she started karate in addition to Chinese martial arts.
すごいぞ、トサカ。全身を使い切った理想的な右フックだった。頬骨にひび入ってるかもしれない。I won't say it out loud, but I emphasize to her with my stare that her feelings aren't enough.
だからごめんってば。今のは全面的に私が悪かったです。東西南北、上から下まで不注意でした。
Tosaka actually makes an earnest apology for once. This Red Devil's hobby is to trouble people, But on the other hand, the moment she accidentally troubles people, she transforms into a weak character. I can be as selfish as I want to Tosaka when she's like this, but unfortunately there are 2 lanes with a speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour, where I could get run over if I let my guard down even a bit.
まあ今後はもうちょい行動を遅めるように。考え即殴るではあなたの今後が心配です。
Not about Tosaka herself, but about the good people that may be around her.
失礼ね。普段はもっと冷静よ。今のだって見てたのがシローじゃなかったらストップかかったわ。
何？遠坂の中じゃ俺は無条件で有罪扱いなのか？
ああ、そうじゃなくて、他の人だったら慌てなかったというか、そんなに恥ずかしくなかったというか、いや、誰であろうと有罪なのは確かなんだけど、
いまいち要領を得ないな。つまりさっきの誤解においては俺だけ罪が重いと。
そうよ。そうだってシロ、目いいじゃない。
I see. Even I'm starting to understand the situation at this point. After I got punched, when I explained that I just arrived, Tosaka got in a bad mood. After that, no matter what I said, she stubbornly insisted that I shouldn't ask why.
わからんな。なんで鉄骨の上になんて登ってたんだ？そんなに普通の車道は退屈か？
Bullseye. It seems like before I came, Tosaka was looking down at the town leisurely from atop the arched steel frame.
いつになく鋭いじゃない、エミヤ君。やっぱり初めから見てた？
初めから見てたならすぐに止めてる。
Alright, I gotta go take a food break. You know the drill. I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. Alright, I'm back.
いくら遠坂でもあそこを登っていくのは無茶だ。サーカスじゃあるまいし、落ちたらシャレじゃ済まないぞ。まったく、あんまり心配させないでくれ。
And at your head for doing something so stupid. Tosaka purposely accepts my karate chop. Well, this might sound inappropriate, but this kind of submissive Tosaka isn't bad either.
つもりかは知らないけど、次は普通に歩いてくれ。それで、さっきの右フックは帳消しにしよう。
そうね。約束はできないけど、ここぞという時以外は控えとく。ま、下調べはもう十分だしね。
It's so like Tosaka, how she can't promise it. That means there's a possibility she'll climb up that arch at least one more time.
もしかして遠坂、俺が話した怪物たちを調べてるのか？
Oh, right.
ちょっとどうしたのよ一体。
About 19 minutes. Kind of think of it. Sorry, there was something I forgot to do.
今日に限ってえらく勘がいいじゃない。鉄骨の上にいたのはともかく、なんでそれが使い魔たちとつながるのよ。
いや、なんていうか、それは。
I'm troubled. It's because there was someone that did something similar before. But am I allowed to say that?
それは？
それは、アーチャーのやつが似たようなことをやってたから。
I figured it would be like this. Tusok and Archer's relationship isn't something that can be summarized easily. The contract got canceled, but it didn't seem like either one broke it off. It's obvious that they're both trying not to be conscious of one another, and while saying that it's a give and take relationship, they're interested in the same things.
挨拶にすら来ないと思ったら、またつまらないおせっかいを焼いてるわけね。それで、あいつはなんて言ってたの？エミヤ君。
何って、そうだな。具体的には何も。あの怪物たちを敵視しているくせに、あれは倒してもキリがないとか、無害だから放っておけとか。
他にはエミヤ君の言う怪物たちの大元が何であるか知ってる素振りだった？
それはないと思う。怪物たちの目的が何であるか知りたいとか、そんな段階だった。
は？ここは下調べしてるのに、まだそんなことに気づいてないの？そいつらの目的なんて一つだけじゃない。
待った。驚くのはこっちの方だ。遠坂はあの怪物たちの目的がわかるのか？
ええ、理由はわからないけど、目的なら明白じゃない。エミヤ君、あなたから聞いた話じゃ、その怪物たちはあなたしか殺していないんでしょ？
まあ、それはそうだけど。
なら話は簡単よ。4日目の夜にだけ現れて、4日間の異常を感じ取ってるエミヤ君だけを狙う怪物。そいつらはね、あなたにクリアさせないために集まってきてるのよ。
I don't know why, but I feel chills going down my spine. The reason that those monsters are only killing me might actually be that. So it's not something surprising. But making sure I don't make it to the end. That expression is horrifying. That makes me is horrifying and makes me nauseous.
もっともだから何って感じだけど、その怪物を見たいんだけど、いくら探しても見つからないし。あーちゃんのやつ、どうやって見つけたのかしらね。
Archer was taking position on the rooftop for the Shinto Center building and shooting down those monsters that tried to intrude into Shinto. So that means it's hard for them. It's hard to find them without a good view from the building rooftop and Archer's hawk-like eyes.
それで、他には何か言ってた？一人じゃもう無理とか、そろそろ誰かの手を借りに行くとか、そういうの。
そういうのはなかったか。あ、口にはしないけど、竜道寺を睨んでたっ
け？竜道寺？そっか。スカイマたちが溢れ出るのはそっちの方角なわけね。
Ryota Temple's just like the center of travesty in this town, isn't it? I recall Issei's scary story. The graveyard of entrailed at Kageyama. Not a mountain not a mountain of genocide, but a mountain of bodies where dead people were abandoned and without being buried. In reality, that place would be a suitable disposal site for those monsters.
OK。大体の状況は飲み込めたわ。怪物が見つけられないのは痛いけど、まあ最後の最後には目の当たりにするだろうし。
Tosaka stretches, as if to say it'd be useless to investigate any further.
私は帰るけど、エミヤ君はどうするの？一緒に帰る？
いや、まだ町に用事がある。ここで別れよ
う。さ、じゃあまた後で。あんまり寄り道しないで帰ってくるのよ。
And then I proceed to take every detour I find. Tosaka heads to the pedestrian bridge. Jumping over there is, well, not a problem with Tosaka's athleticism, but she needs to take her activeness into consideration a bit more. Well, anyway.
おい、アーチャーのことはいいのか？
別にいいわよ。あいつが何していようと私には関係ないし。エミヤ君もあいつに期待なんかしちゃダメよ。思わせぶりな行動ばっかりで、いざって時は何もしないやつなんだから。
じゃあ遠坂には期待していいのか？
もちろん。乗りかかった船だもの。あなたが最後までたどり着くのなら、その時はできる限り力を貸すわ。右フックのお返しにね。
She leaps to the pedestrian bridge without hesitation. It's different from Archer. She leaves behind something refreshing, and the mage in red leaves vibrantly. Acquired the Guardian Mage flag. Two more flags to get. On the way across the pedestrian bridge, I see a sight that catches my attention.
遠坂のクラスの三枝？
The back of that bouncing girl is Saigusa. It's not like we made eye contact, so the normal thing to do would be to just mind my own business.
驚いたな。ユキカはホムラハラの人だったんだ。僕、もっと若いかと思ってた。実はそうなの。ごめんね、ギル君。私、本当はずっと年上なんだ。謝るのは僕の方だ。今のは失言だった。女の人に年を聞くなんて男性失格だからね。あ、けど僕はちょっと嬉しいかな。ユキカとは友達でいるよりお姉さんっていてくれた方がいい。ありがとう。私もギル君みたいなおとなしい弟さんが羨ましいです。うちの弟たちみんなやんちゃだから。確かにコータたちは元気すぎるかな。毎日怖いもの知らずで走り回ってるし、ユキカも大変だ。そうなの。ギル君、うちの弟たちが無茶しそうになったら止めてあげてね。私が言っても聞いてくれないけど、ギル君の言うことならちゃんと聞いてくれるでしょ。あの子たちギル君を尊敬してるから。それは違う。ユキカの言うことはちゃんと聞いてるよ。僕がいなくても心配はいらない。コータたちはユキカを悲しませることはしないからね。 逆に困らせようとしているのが問題なんだけど、あればっかりは僕でもいさめられないからな。
I ain't little kids, so.
和気あいあいっぽいけど、あいつ三枝と何やってんだ。
I watched them while hiding behind a bench. That golden child is unmistakably Gilgamesh. He's now a charismatic figure among the kids of Miyama, referred to as the godfather of the kid mafia.
ところでユキカ、今日は陸上部の練習はないんだよね。午後の予定は真っ白？うん、真っ白。お洗濯は午前中に済ませちゃったから、晩ご飯までゆっくりしようかなって。そっか、公園には散歩に来たんだね。よかった。たまたま保護者に嫌気がさして公園に出てきたんだけど、風向きが変わってきた。僕の幸運も捨てたもんじゃないね。ギル君のお母様って、あれ、コウタたちから聞いた？母親じゃなくて保護者なんだけどね。これが気難しい人で、些細なことで怒るんだ。ユキカとは正反対。いや、比べることさえ失礼かな。あっちはただの主人で、ユキカは僕の好きな人だからね。ほんと、どうせ保護者がいるのならユキカがマスターだったらよかったのに。え、マスター？ああ、それよりうん、好きな人言ったでしょ。友達でいるよりお姉さんがいいって。ユキカはどう？年下は初めて？
No, bad.
ギル君？
あいつついに本性を出しやがったな。
That goody two-shoes act was a mask after all. At this rate, Sagusa will get eaten right up.
待てそこ。憩いのバトル公園で何する気だ、この式状況。エミヤ
君。あ、お兄さん。
Sagusa jumps away from the blonde boy. On the other hand, Kid Gil is looking over here unhappily.
さよなら、エミヤ君。私はよう思い出しちゃったので、こんにちは。
The wild rabbit escapes. I regret that what I did after seeing how much she panicked.
まったく、誰が式状況ですか。お兄さんにだけは言われたくありませんね。
事実だろ。なんで三枝に粉かけてんだよ。お前何の遊びか知らないけど、世の中にはからかっていいやつと悪いやつがいるんだからな。事実だろ。なんで三枝に粉かけてんだよ、お前。
あ、そっちのが失礼です。僕は真剣にユキカが好きなんだから。
嘘だって。いや、確かにこういうのを疑うのは失礼だよな。ああ、本当に本気で？
嘘偽りはありません。生涯の伴侶にはユキカのような女性が理想です。
Yeah. Hearing an embarrassing line being declared without any shame makes me embarrassed for doubting him.
それは遊び扱いして悪かった。しかしだな、どんな風の吹き回しだよ。お前セイバーが好きなんじゃなかったのか？
セイバーさんは日輪ですからね。僕はあんまり興味ありません。家臣としては使いようがあるんでしょうけど、添い遂げる相手としては失格です。
恐ろしいこと言うな。要するにあれか、三枝の家庭的なところというか、包容力があるところが良いと。
それは勘違いですよ、お兄さん。ユキカは包容力があるんじゃなくて、 誰かに庇護されなくちゃいけない人です。僕は大輪のバラより野に咲く花の方が大事なんです。素朴な花を素朴なままでどれだけ守ってあげられるか、それが男性の包容力だと思っていますから。
I'm speechless. In short, this kid is saying that Saigusa has nothing special, but that's something really good. What should I do? I might actually really end up liking this guy.
つまり好きな相手を支配するんじゃなくて大事に育てて見守るのがお前の愛情表現なのか。
支配なんてものは支配されたい人間にしか通じないルールです。そのあたりどうも年を取ると忘れちゃうみたいでして、願わくば僕はいい指導者でありたかったんですけどね。ほんとどうしてみんなに怖がられるようなことするかな。
Wow. For the sake of the world, this king should stay as a child, for sure, without a doubt.
けどさ、それだけ手を入れて自分好みに実らなかったらどうするんだよ。見守るってことは強制しないってことだろ。見守った結果、ほらなんだ、お前が苦手なマスターと同じになったらどうするんだ。
その時は切り捨てるだけですね。僕とは縁がなかったということで。
Take back what I said. He's the same guy after all. He has a ruthless core that nobody can change.
じゃあ三枝が遠坂みたいになったらそれで愛情は冷めるわけか。
愛情は冷めません。ただそれ以上愛情のメモリが増えなくなるだけです。永遠に変わらないものになるんですね。増えることもないけど死ぬこともない。一度得た愛情は消えません。可愛さ余って憎さ云々っていうのは違うんですよ。それは単に新しく生まれた憎しみが今まで培った愛情を超えただけの話なんです。
For example, the boy that believes in both good parts and bad the good parts and bad parts of humans, just like how we learned, the boy that believes in both the good parts and the bad parts of humans, just like how we learned and so much hate that would make that love worthless.
まあそういうケースもあるということです。どんなに人道に反する男でも困ったことに愛情は生きている。それが人々には同じものに見えてしまって、結果人間として恨まれることになる。ええ、いっそ完全な非人間ならその男は神様なんだって区別されるんでしょうけどね。
The golden kid bids farewell and turns on his heel. He isn't heading on the direction that Saigusa ran off to, but to the bridge that heads towards Shinto.
三枝を追いかけるんじゃないのか。
条件は果たせたからいいです。ユキカは弟思いだから、もしかしたら夜まで帰りの遅い弟たちを探しているかもしれない。それ危ないでしょ。今日は4日目、夜の橋は一番危険なんだから万が一ってこともある。けどお兄さんのおかげでユキカは家に帰ったし、少なくとも明日まではここには寄りつかない。ちょっと惜しかったけど僕としてはまあまあ許容範囲の結末でした。
The King of Heroes declares with a flawless smile and leaves this time. I feel unnecessarily sentimental. He seems to be dealing with this abnormality in his own way. Maybe he's actually discovering the true value of his everyday life as much as I am. And we didn't get a trigger for that.
ここも見ていくか。
I stopped by the home appliances area. It makes me want to see the newest home appliances on a bit of a whim.
薄型大型化してるな。
Among them, there's an exceptionally big TV that stands out more than the others. This doesn't quite go with our place. Even if we have a lot of people, it's not like they like watching TV.
似合う以前にこんなにするんだ。手が出ないよな、これじゃ。
TVs have a high voltage, so it would be dangerous to pick one up and fix it. When it comes to this, buying it brand new is the only choice.
新品って言ったらこっちも問題だった。
Our recording device is also a generation old. We haven't been driven by necessity yet, but I want to take a leap in the dark and get a DVD recorder.
あれレミヤくんじゃない。こんなところで何してるの？
遠坂か。というか、お前の方も。
It's rare to run into each other in the electronics section. It would be more believable if it was in the middle of the antique furniture section.
遠坂も買い替えとか考えてるんだ。
何言ってるの？私は偶然シロを見かけたからちょっと声をかけただけよ。
そうなのか。そうだよな。
I feel like the vacuum cleaner is the most advanced appliance that Tosaka would be able to use. I don't think Tosaka can use something that has more than 10 buttons.
レミヤくん、ひょっとして今ものすごく無礼なこと考えてる？
No.
多少は無礼かもしれない。いや、遠坂はほら。
機械苦手だって言いたいんでしょ？
苦手っていうか、あんまり触れようとしないだろ。あの遠ざけっぷりはアレルギー寸前というか、こと機械関係じゃさくらにも。
Oh, she's mad. Humans either get happy or mad when they're told the truth.
で、シロ、そういう風に私を見ていたのね。
いいじゃんか。遠坂、大抵のことはさらっと片付けるだろ。一つぐらい欠点があってもいいんじゃないか。
Well, there's one crucial shortcoming, but I'll not mention it.
ありがとうとは言っておくわ。けど、すべてに弱点なしが我が家の理想だし、いつまでも苦手言ってられないわよね。
そっか。じゃあ少しは勉強する気でやってきたのか。
それはまた後の話よ。こういうのは綾子に教わってもっと最先端の引きになれないと。
ああ、三つ釣りは俺より情報家電関係は詳しいと思うな。
Mitsuzuri is the former Kyoto club captain, and she seems like a martial artist, but she actually keeps up to date on arcades and stuff. It's frustrating that she doesn't talk to me about it, since I don't do any of that though. According to the Kyoto club member, she's up all night playing games where you repeat simple tasks.
で、三つ釣りに教わる前に予習しに来たと。
まあね、アナクロアンティーク女って思われるのも不本意だし。何も19世紀の人間じゃないから一応それなりにわかるわよ。あの辺が液晶ディスプレイでしょ。
What Tosaka is pointing at is the big LCD screen that I was looking at. I'm impressed. Very well. No, she must have been able to tell since the exterior is thin. Does she know the difference between plasma and LCD? I'm afraid I'm refrain from asking her that since she would probably go quiet.
さっき見てたけど、エミヤくんは欲しいの？
あったらいいなと思うけど、 懐の余裕がない。さらに俺の家に似合わない。
私の家にもね。あんなにするの？ルビー20カラットくらい買えるじゃない。
Tosaka is pale from looking at the price tag. Using jewels as a comparison criteria, how luxurious. I would compare it to how many months worth of food it could buy.
そうね。私たちにはミニすぎたアイテムよね。
我が家には画面が小さいことに不満を持つのはいないからな。
で、あの辺がビデオデッキ。
In the direction that Tosaka pointed at this time is...
残念、違う。
嘘！だってあの形ってビデオじゃない。
いや、あそこだろ？あれは再生専用の DVD プレイヤーだ。
When we go together to the area where, with the recording equipment lined up on the shelf, yeah, it can't be helped if Tosaka doesn't know.
どういうこと？
これが再生用。こっちが HDD プラス DVD-RW。こっちが HDD プラス DVD ラム。これが HDD 専用レコーダーで、この辺が CS デジタルの。
As I'm explaining, I feel like I've become Tosaka's enemy. I feel like there's a technological and generational gap between me and Tosaka, and she is gradually departing from the electronic section in this world.
何？その呪文。
俺もかなり呪文じみてないかと思う。そのうちブルーレイと HDDVD が来るとか。
青い光線？ビデオはどこに？
あの辺。まだ需要はあるからな。
I guess it's too harsh to tell her to be able to distinguish them. To tell her to be able to distinguish them just by looking. This area also multiplied in the blink of an eye. The golden age of VHS during my childhood is nostalgic.
これテレビを録画するものでしょ？
必ずしもそれだけじゃないけど、そんな感じだ。遠坂はやっぱりあれだな。写真を撮ると魂が奪われるって感じの。
奪えるわよ。
え？
レンズと印画紙にしかるべき処置を施せば素材になるわよ。まあ奪うんじゃなくて一時的に停止させるが正しいんだけど。
デジカメでも
Tosaka murmurs, "A what cam?" She doesn't know what digicam is short for, so my joke falls flat.
そのなんだっけ DVD？
デジタルバーサタイルディスク、略して DVD。
ラムと RW って言ってたけど、何が違うの
？Even though I explained and like I know what I'm talking about, I can't explicitly explain what the difference is. I know there are people with religion-like passion when it comes to these things, but I have no idea as a non-user.
ごめんなさい。よくわかりません。
ほらご覧なさい。シローでもそうなら私なんかもっとわからなくて仕方ないわよ。私にしてみると最近のこういうのの方がよっぽど魔術じみてるわ。
So you can't tell the difference between magecraft and technology that has advanced this much?
まあ、遠坂、悲観することはないぞ。人間 DVD がなくても生きていける。
そのうち電話やテレビみたいになんとか生きていけるって話になるわよ。まったく私もあなたも綾子に旧時代の人間だって笑われるわね。
I can imagine her laughing, calling us old-fashioned. We can't confess to her that it's because we're mages no matter what.
この辺も買うとかシローも。
我が家のチャンネル争いが深刻化する前にって考えてるけど、 安くはないな。
エミヤの家も大所帯になったわね。ああ、私もか。
Tosaka, who goes back and forth between her own place and my place, is laughing as if she's realizing this now.
あと 2,3 人は収容可能だから気にするな。
エミヤくん、下宿の寮夫とかペンションのオーナーとか似合いそうよね。
Rather than seeming like a good fit, I already am like one. Once I eventually become a full-fledged mage, how will my life change from the way it is now?
そういう生活も悪くはないという気はしている。
ま、シローが隠遁する暇なんか私が与えないから安心しなさい。さて、ここにいてもすることないんだから他に行きましょう。
Tosaka urges me to keep her company as if it's natural. It's fine, but at this rate, I'm worried about how she'll manage later. Her study of electronics isn't even past 5 minutes. It didn't even pass 5 minutes. All right, nothing new. Nothing new. Nothing new. Nothing new. Nothing new. Nothing new. That's the only place. Speak as the cup of heaven. This will be the last fragments I experience on this earth. Avenger said to reach the cup of heaven. Heaven's Field, the third magic, hidden treasure of the Einspurns. It's her title, so and she should know how this entire situation has worked all along. I pass through the long corridor and arrive at the courtyard. The magic sky is always cloudy over the castle. The sky is always cloudy over the castle. Nomia Chalice has managed to breach this fort, which is governed by the true Holy Grail. I call to her. Right now, I lack emotion, and it has given way to unease and resignation. She doesn't answer. I step slightly closer to her.
大丈夫。聞こえてるからそこにいて。こんにちは、シロ。わざわざ会いに来てくれたの？
I stop. It seems this conversation will proceed quickly.
野暮用があって会いに来た。少し話を聞きたいんだが。
シロから誘いに来るなんて珍しいね。 それでどんな話かしら。できれば明るい話にしてほしいけど。せっかくのパーティーなんだもの。どうせなら楽しまなくっちゃもったいないでしょ。
それは同感で、やっぱり知ってたんだ、ミリアは。
なんとなくね。けどシローが知ったらやめちゃうだろうから、できるだけここには来てほしくなかったの。私も続けられるのならいつまでも続けていたいから。
Yeah. That's why she has been so against me coming anywhere near the castle. It was the easiest way of fighting back.
その割には趣味に走りすぎてたような。
だって最後にはやってきちゃうんだもの。なら全部まとめて楽しくやろうかなって決めたんだ。
All of it? She played along, knowing what was happening the entire time. Waiting in this castle and not blaming or trying to defeat the cause.
イリア、天の杯ってのは何なんだ？それが聖杯戦争を再現してる聖杯なんだな。
せっかちね。いきなり本題。けどまあ今まで散らされたんだものね。行儀の悪さは多めに見てあげる。いい？冬季の聖杯戦争のご褒美だった聖杯は聖杯の名を借りた魔力の渦でしかなかった。その有り余る力で持ち主の願いを抗議的に見て叶えるだけ。けど今回の聖杯は違うわ。大した力はないくせに自分のできる範囲で持ち主の願いを叶えようとするちっちゃいけど本物の聖杯なの。もう言うまでもないことだけど、その正体はサーバント。3回目の聖杯戦争で召喚されて聖杯に取り込まれて聖杯の力で人間の願いを叶える悪魔に成長した誰かさんなのでした。
A demon who grants human wishes? That sounds misleading. It would be more accurate to call him a demon whom humans wished for.
けどその悪魔の名前は口にしない。天の杯というのはその悪魔の契約書みたいなものなんでしょうね。そこは始まりの地点。悪魔が大事にしている契約者がいる場所じゃないかしら。
そこに聖杯があるってことか。それはどこだ？
この町で一番高いところ。5回目の聖杯戦争にいなかった人はそこから地上に落ちてくるのね。何もかも逆さまなの。ヘブンズフィールじゃなくてヘブンズフォールなんだから。
The highest place in the city. That isn't the center building, it's...
無茶な話だ。どうすれば行けるんだよ、あんなところに。
ああ、そっか。普通は行けないよね、あんな場所。仕方ないか。ああ、そっか。普通は行けないよね、あんな場所。ねえ、シローはこの聖杯戦争どう思ってる？
どうも何も。これは作り物だ。偽りの4日間だろ。
じゃあ4日間が過ぎたらみんな消えてしまう？
あ、いや、それは。
They won't disappear, but everything that occurred during the 4 days will. After all, they're illusions that happened in an artificial world. It won't leave a trace in anyone's memories.
ええ、その通りよ。作り物の世界って言ったけど本当は違うの。舞台は偽物でもそこにいる人はみんな本物なんだもの。例えばリンね。役どころが変わったところで何をしようとリンはリンであることに違いはない。この世界にいる作り物、偽物は一人だけなの。 その人はこの町にいる誰かの殻をかぶってこの世界で聖杯戦争を再現している。契約者の望む通り聖杯戦争を続けるために自分の知らなかった5回目の戦いを体験しているのね。
She's right. That's why the earth and the cup of heaven don't overlap. She's using the script of the Third Holy Grail War with the participants in the fifth to keep fighting. But sometimes the fake makes a big mistake, and the third and fifth wars are intermingled. The two wars aren't linked. Her war and our war have always been separate.
4日間が終わったらみんな元に戻るわ。あるべきものはあるべき形に変える。この4日間そのものがなかったことになるでしょうね。けどその人だけは4日間と一緒に消えてしまう。5日目に待つ現実にはいけないの。剥離された名前と同じように世界の記憶にすら残らない。
That sounds about right. He never existed in the city after all.
偽物ってことは元になった本物がいるだろう。その本物はどうなるんだ。
偽物と入れ替わるわ。何事もなかったようにね。
I see. After the fake disappears, the real one remains, scraped clean of impurities.
なるほど。けど、なんだ。おかしな言い回しなんだが、その偽物はやっぱり偽物なんだろうか。どんなに本物そっくりでも、本物でない限り、そいつの行動は。
うん、その人は偽物だけど紛れもない本物なの。複製とか同一存在でもない。その人はこの4日間だけ本物になっただけなんだから。
I don't quite understand. It's not the theory I'm uncertain of, but the meaning behind the girl's smile. It's just that her smile is enough to...
じゃあ、その行動は自然なものだったんだ。
I breathe a sigh of relief.
ええ、殻をかぶったって言ったけど、その人はもともと形のない無なの。無は何者にもなれないし、何かを真似ることもできない。だからその人が誰かの体で形を得るとしてもどうしようもないほど無のままなのよ。誰かに憑依、いえ同化したとしても持ち主に何の影響も与えられない。だからその人は偽物だけど、その行動は紛れもない本物だった。
That's a load off my back. This is all made up, but everything that's happened was real. But somehow...
そいつには自分の意志があるみたいなんだけど。
それは無の意志じゃないわ。意志のある形に同化したことで、それが自分の意志なんだと錯覚しているだけなのよ。
The pieces are falling into place. Metaphorically speaking, he became only able to think like the busybody whose shell he put on. The servant Avenger hasn't split off from all evil in the world. Avenger's personality is made up, shaped by the human, possessed by nothingness as a sample.
じゃあ、そいつは。
He wasn't even fake. He just never existed.
いいえ、私が認めてあげる。あなたはあなたよ、アンニマユ。あなたはすぐに忘れてしまうだろうけど、私は最後まで覚えているわ。あなたが自分の意志で この願いを終わらせようとしたこと。
It's poetic justice, maybe. A descendant to the person who summoned me is trying to set me free right now.
ここはいずれ全ての結末が出揃ってしまう世界。どんなに作り込んだ箱庭だろうと、いつかは全てを知ってしまう。破綻は見えている。続けたいのなら行動してはいけない。必要最低限のシーンだけ繰り返して未知の出来事を残しておかないと冷めてしまう。未来があるということ、それ自体がこの世界を動かす原動力だったから。でもあなたたちにはそれはできなかった。
She's right. But the two of us couldn't do it. The real one who sought better results from inborn twisted nature. The fake one who wanted to find something new just because it was fun. That's who the protagonist of the Sandbox is.
私にしてあげられるのはこれくらい。今まで観測者に過ぎなかったあなたがこれで人に認識してもらえたわ。あとは簡単。あなたが忘れても私が覚えているんだもの。あなたはあなたとしてあの月に登れるわ。
ようやくここに至ったか。
It's as Eliasville says, no tools can help me reach the moon. Only Avenger's main body and his contractor Bazette can ascend to the Holy Grail, which they're already there. Everything's already finished. I begin to leave before my heat returns.
楽しかった。
ありがとう、イリア。
I thank her for not for her help now, but for letting me enjoy but for letting me enjoy this when she knew about it all along.
どういたしまして。奇跡のバーゲンセールだもの。これくらいやらなくっちゃ損だと思うわ。
Her smile is warm and genuine. Its brightness overtakes pleasure for me.
ねえ、もうすぐ終わりなの？
I look away.
これでまた一つ輝きを失った。
Suddenly, something warm engulfs me. By the time I realize it's her body
工
heat,
場なんだから。一度くらい泣いていいんだよ。
she melts the emotion I went to so much trouble to
な
chill.
んでさ、泣くようなことは一つもないだろ。日常は続いていく。何も失われるものはない。
Nothingness will return to nothingness, that's all. The books are balanced. I leave the courtyard, and then I feel dizzy, and just slightly, my memories of before and after become vague.
ありがとう。また遊びに来てね、シロー。
Ilya doesn't wave. She bids me a gentle farewell. Bewildered by my foggy memories, I wave my hand goodbye. I can't quite remember what we talked about, but our parting was beautiful. I mean, Ilya was smiling so much. It had to have been a happy time for her. You've arrived. The fourth night, inverted moon of heaven. The fourth night it is finally ending. Make your final choice during your evening free time as you patrol the town. To the Black Grail. The curtain falls. A buzzer sounds at the end of the play, and the house sinks into darkness. The slumber is deep. We won't reawaken until the morning of the 5th day. There's no one to say farewell to, and I am going to switch. I have nothing to take back with me. I pass through the gate, just as I've done many times before. Soon the date will change. The Black Moon turns to kill me for remaining until the 4th night. Now I go to destroy its source. I suppress a scream and press on. I can reach the empty sky from this tower. Now that I'm aware of what I am, the path to return to where I belong should appear. Midnight comes. The atmosphere warps. Time becomes vague, and I morph into something else. My chest is hot. I must be breathing fast. My one heart can't keep up at all. I abandon shouting and move forward. As I thought, this is the bottom of the world. Black thread stretch out from the point where everything began. Red light illuminates the sleeping town. Mixed in with the fierce wind and familiar sound of, now it's the promised time. Resentment and belonging to what used to be me. I think I might need to switch to the Hecate one. The voice urges me to look down. It's coming. A god of the sea approaches from that mountain of corpses. Terrifying antipathy and envy. It overflows, trying to pull in what used to be me as its ally. I run for the stairs. I have to hurry. I need to run before they catch me. Run, run. Run? What do you think you're doing? Run. I have to put an end to this dream. My vision is fading. It's not that I'm losing the ability to see. The function of seeing itself is returning to nothingness.
そうだ。終わらせてたまるものか。
I cover my ears against the cries coming from within and crawl up the stairs. So far, I can't reach the top. I don't have the will to make it all the way. They're going to catch me. A horde of husk packs the stairs circling the tower. Before I know it, the chorus is coming from my lips too. Hate, 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 hate. The Black Moon turns. The new me reaches my position. Ah, I'm so jealous. I failed, I failed, I failed. Found you, tonight, right away. Then, you should fail and become a monster, just like me. Heaven's Feel 5. Seek the one who guards the bridge, the one who shows the way to the light. Bid your final farewell to the guardian's truth and the guide. I need to switch back. It's the last time. The sky is high, the earth is vast, sing life's praises. A joyous resounding ode, and melody of prayer above. The hen doesn't skip a beat. Its performer's lips part just once, as if to greet their visitor. I sit down on the warm pew. Just before I depart, I close my eyes so that I do not sink into this love. The endless sky I spend dreaming of, the endless days I spend dreaming of who to hate. Endless, deep-seated hatred that never had a chance to choose anyone specific. The end of an artificially created malice. It failed to be the devil they all wished for. Instead, it became a mirror to reflect humans. All the evil in the world is laughable. That describes humanity as a whole. Look in the mirror you made. Mankind created all my sins. Rejoice, child of man. You have the ability to recreate all evil. What you feared was not evil, but your own weakness that gave rise to evil. Your pleasure in throwing stones. You dulled your senses, numbed your morals, and turned into something hideous. In this cruel world, we cannot live without hatred. Never will we find succor. We might examine ourselves only to find a horde of bloodthirsty predators, sharpen our fangs and ripping apart all who enter. Like an aquarium of monstrous piranhas, no matter who you are, you only need to search yourself to find nauseating filth. And yet, the world brims with beauty. Humans are full of beauty. Who could deny it? The filthy creature rebelled against its original function, only to suffer. Voiceless anguish, the contradiction of coexisting good and evil. Sparks flare and fade as the cogwheels grind. A small guide who follows an aimless circling path in the darkness, without any guidepost of their own. In this inky void, I found that blindingly bright. What a radical misunderstanding. What a self-righteous utopia. What's ugly is ugly. Only humans can find some sentimental beauty in the hideous. And such sentiment is fleeting, but I was fine with that. I only needed a moment of brilliance with this infinite, everlasting evil. It was something coherent and bright, even if it was just hollow sentiment. That's right. Just as some say that the concept of a star was meant to guide all of mankind, I'll always be gazing, always be reaching for the brilliance that I'll never be able to grasp. In that case, I'd like to do something human while I'm still human. I didn't leave anything behind. This dishonest nothingness saved no one. Let it have some meaning. I felt that they were beautiful. That's right. You are correct, Shiromiya. The wickedness of your misconceptions and sentiment may have been memorable, but I wanted to yearn for the things you felt were beautiful too. I only wanted to yearn for them. Stars blanket the sky. The long hymns end, leaving a dry echo in the ruins. Clap, clap, clap. There's no crackling sound from the fire. The only such sound comes from my hands, which is to say I'm clapping for some reason. And she's standing in front of me, as always. She isn't wearing her usual priestly calm.
よかった。ご清聴感謝します。
For the first time, and the last, I'm sure, she gives me a girlish smile. What is this? Usually she looks so expectant. Is this all it takes to satisfy her? A gesture I barely even thought about? Well, damn. I guess I need to be better at reading the room.
よ、今日のは随分と長かったな。もうすっかり夜だけど、体は大丈夫か?
That voice we're hearing makes me feel I should switch again. God damn it.
はい。今はあなたの心が穏やかですから。距離を保っていれば問題はありません。
そうじゃねえよ。何時間もペダル踏んでたんだ。単純に疲れてないかって話。
はい。体の疲れはありません。お望みでしたら一日中でも続けられますが。
そりゃすごい。すごいけど遠慮しとく。さすがにそこまで暇じゃない。
Just a few hours of listening to music was enough to make me all sentimental, like a little kid. If I listened to a full 24 hours, I might even regress into a baby.
しかし、なんだな。ものの見事に廃墟だな、ここ。
I look around the chapel. This is the only decrepit building in bright, flourishing Kuyuki. Someone's there. Nobody has been lost, save for the one who doesn't exist. Kirei Kotamine. He's the only person who wasn't recreated. There was no possible outcome in which he survived the Fifth Holy Grail War. He was fated to die once he survived the Fourth War. This girl used that opportunity to interfere in the war's reenactment. Kotamine is gone, but his role as the war's overseer remains. Karen Hortensia slid into that opening.
本当の4日間じゃないな。現実の方でも教会はこうなのか？
ここまで荒れ果ててはいませんでした。今頃は私が清掃をしていると思います。
なるほど。じゃあここにいるあんたは何だ？てっきり本人がやってきてるのかと思ったんだが。
私は本来いないものですから実体として介入はできません。この閉じた庭にカレン・オルテンシアという要員を送り込んだだけです。4日間だけの限定存在ですが、その代わりにループやリトライの必要もなくこちらに存在できる。同時に4日間が終わればこの私は消え去ります。
サーバントみたいなもんか。紛れもなく本物だけど召喚が終われば記憶の受け継ぎもできず消え去っちゃう。
そうですね。ここであなたと何を話そうと外の私には関わりのないことです。レミやシロウや遠坂凛といった元から存在する方たちには夢や既視感として記憶は残りますが、私の記憶はこの場限りです。
それって死ぬってことだよな。怖くないのか？
あなたは夢を見ているとき、 目覚めることに抵抗を感じますか？
ないけど。そっか、現実感は希薄なんだ。そりゃあ、あらゆる時間にいればわけもわからなくなるか。ある意味ゴーストだもんな、あんた。
私は幻ではありません。お互い触れることはできませんが、私は実体です。あなただってそれは知っているでしょう。もう何度あなたは私の爪に貫かれたか。
そうか、そういえばそういう関係だったっけ。ってことは今かなりきつくないか？自分で言うのもなんだが、随分曖昧になってる。あんたには我慢できないと思うんだが。
今は特別に我慢をしていますから。私のことは気にしないでください。耐えるのは慣れていますし、あなたは弱っていますから、なんとか抑えきれます。
It sure sounds like a pain. She's supposedly here to guide me, but she is hamstrung and can't get close to the person she's supposed to help. I can only touch her at Shiro and Mia, but even that's become less certain since I started visiting this church. Silence. Some primal instinct in me tells me it would be risky to dig any deeper, so I shut up. As for her, she doesn't seem to mind. She's never seemed seemed to like these pauses before. Today, though, I'm the one who can't take any awkward silence.
あのさ、オルテンシアってどんな意味なんだ？
I suddenly speak up. Just so you know, I'm not actually interested at all in the answer.
私の国の言葉でアジサイの花を意味しますが。
She looks at me inquisitively. What does she expect from me? I especially don't have an opinion on it.
いい名前じゃないか。
I remark noncommittally.
はい。母の顔は覚えていませんが、この名前は気に入っています。カレンという名も父の国の言葉からもらったものだとか。
I shouldn't have asked. The sarcasm was utterly lost on her. A purple hydrangea. The image of snails oozing under the petals fits you, for sure. But she smiles, as if she finds it beautiful. I've had enough. I shouldn't say it. I don't want to say it. That isn't why I'm here. I should go. Any more and I'll leave something I didn't mean to. I get up. Finally, I turn my back on her.
俺はそろそろここには来なくなるけど。
I don't need to say it. I don't need to ask. So why do I
あんた
keep...
はこれからもそうやって生きていくのか。
I already know the answer.
ええ。私はこれ以外の道を知りません。これが私の運命なら、その定めに従うまでです。
A purple hydrangea. A beautiful silver song. A prayer in the early dawn, soaked by rain day after day.
笑わせるな。何？生贄みたいな人生でもいいんだ。
辛いですが、意味のある犠牲です。自分だけがという理不尽に嘆くこともない。霊障に苦しむ人が私の体で救われるのですから。
But who's going to save you? I'm not just talking about her skin and muscles tearing. Her organs will become useless as she's destroyed from within. Those dreary golden eyes, her lame right thigh. Eventually, she won't even be able to cross her fingers in prayer. They'll all stop working one day. And she said that she's fine with that. Just like a certain fool who accepts everything in the world.
だから言わなきゃよかったんだ。
Ah, in the very end, I have to face the facts. This should be familiar to me. She has no color of her own, like a pure white flower. I feel like a bee who just stumbled onto a sweet nectar. My lips tremble. My voice comes out without me telling it to.
腹が減った。
はい、今
唐突だけど腹が減った。恵んでよシスター。
はい、今なんと。あなたは何を。
Cute. She wants to know what I'm doing. Isn't it obvious?
今からあんたを食おうと思う。
It's brutally simple. I'm hungry and now I want nutrition, magical energy. The flower girl accepts my words and everything they contain. I hate that I know exactly how she'll respond. The white flower can be dyed any color at any time.
なぜ以前は望んでいないと言いました。
さあな。腹が減ったから食う。食欲ってのはそういうもんだ。俺は単に。
I can't take this anymore, so I'm going to eat her.
正気ですか。そういう意図で私に触れるとどのような結果になるか分かっているはずですが。
Of course I know. If I let my appetite drive me to touch her, she'll react to the demonic possession, and I will get hurt in the same way. I can consume her magical energy, but I'll take just as much damage. It makes sense. That's how that rule works. Normally I'd die. On top of that, the shell I've worn for so long would fall away, leaving only the grotesque corpse beneath it. Am I worth it? That's what the girl says. That's what the flower says. Deliberately, I don't answer and turn away.
って死にそうなんだよ。細かいことはどうでもいい。求められれば何人も拒まずなんだろ、シスター。
Again, I phrase the words suggestively and flash her a wicked grin. That's how you live, isn't it? Your sole source of pride. Come on, white flower. Answer me.
わかりました。
She murmurs curtly. Half of it sounds sullen, an impulsive reaction to my taunting. Half of it sounds defiant, a bluff of childishness and pride. I turn back toward her mixed expression. I forcefully pull her bandaged arm and climb the steps. The long and narrow stairway leading to her chambers. It's a gray, barren room, just as I imagined.
部屋だこと。しかし、そうか。あの明かりはあんたの部屋のものだったのか。そう上品ぶるなよ。あんた、ここから見てたんだろ。エミやシローが串刺しにされるのも、体中食い荒らされるのも、ゴムまりみたいな生首になっちまったのも、それを全部見下ろしながら勝手に何を思っていた。何もしてないなんてことはねえよな。何しろ俺が死ぬ時は周りは悪魔だらけなんだからよ。
何が言いたいのです、あなたは。
Her voice is hoarse. She's already this bad. All I did was take one step closer. It's like watching a feverish patient on the verge of death. That goes to show that we have no time to spare. But I run my mouth.
別にあんたが低粛なシスターでないことは聞いてるんだ。非難してるわけじゃない。ただ事実を言ってるだけ。あんたはここからいつも殺される生贄を見て一人で盛り上がってたんだろ。
あなたは。
Her downcast face whips up to look at me. Is that shame or anger? She glares at me with reddened cheeks and a tearful expression. I ignore it and reach for her. We're more than close enough to touch now, but her nun's outfit is dampening the mood. It isn't sexy at all. In fact, its godly aura is nauseating. Oh my god. Not that I care at this point.
いえ、エミやシロン、あなたは本当に。
I see fear in her golden eyes. She's offered herself up countless times before, so what's the use of being scared now?
適当にやりゃ気が済む。あんた、わかりましたって言ったよな。今さらおじけづいたか？
She doesn't argue. She doesn't resist. The anxiety makes my cheeks itch. I scratch my cheek with my nails and get a good look at the offering laid before me. First, I grab her by the arms. I forcefully put her onto my chest and pull her onto my chest.
今のあなただと私の体が。
She won't be able to stop it from killing me, right? I don't care about that now. She can kill me if she wants. If I die, so be it.
さ、来るもの拒まずなんだろ？俺も同じだよ。似た者同士、最後に相手をしてもらうぜ。
It must be because as I'm so close now. Her breath suddenly grows ragged. She kicks her feet wildly at the floor for support. I don't care. She can't overpower me. I force our beating hearts closer together. It feels more like we're wrestling than embracing. She tries to escape, but I grab her arm, pin her body down, and bring my fangs, my pointed canines, to her neck. I bite into the white flower's stem. I sink my fangs into the woman's neck and directly devour her soul. Without even thinking about it, I can feel the magical energy flowing through my fangs, sunk deep into her flesh. The feeling of her in my arms isn't half bad either. Both sensations are quite delectable, now if I say so myself. Defiance and shame muddle her gasps. It's such a girl's reaction that but not one I want. I want magical energy. That's all this is. I want despair. I want to break her even if she doesn't mean anything. I can't take anything. I'll take anything. Right now it's time to lust for the prey in front of me. I won't let her go. I push my red-hot fangs into her to melt her from the inside. I connect to her soul and nourish myself, plundering her magical energy. A regular human would have burnt out by now, but as expected, she hangs there, merely struggling to breathe. The agony should be enough to kill someone. What a remarkable act of self-sacrifice. Her labored breathing, her strained voice, a pain in her mind. She's at my mercy, and I keep taking from her. Without end, I drank the magical energy through my teeth, embedded in her skin. It's a hug, if only in name. But there's nothing else to it, nothing at all. Oh, not love, that's for sure. If I had to describe this, I call it appetite and self-sacrifice. The function of ingesting magical energy and the determination to provide it. The simple act of exposing a woman, and a contract that forces another to submit. That's what kissing means to a demon. I draw out her insides, her very soul. Instead of replacing what's lost, I dye it in my own color. This is an act that comes from a desire to destroy someone else. I wonder, would a creature who knows nothing but hate call it passion?
分かっていますね。私たちは触れ合えない。それでもあなたはこうして触れた。
She stirs slightly. It isn't to protect herself, or merely mere proximity. Our mere proximity is dangerous. If I keep touching her this much, she won't be able to stop herself from impaling me.
しろ。盛りのついた猫じゃあるまいし、勝手に。
I pull my teeth away just enough to speak. But that's wasting time. Midway through my sentence, I bring my fangs back to her alabaster skin, press against it, and tense my jaw while putting the weight of my body behind the bite. It looks like she's doing everything she can to restrain herself. She grits her teeth in anguish while showing no resistance. Emotions are running wild in my head. My entire rational facade is crumbling away. I try to hang on to the last shreds of my reason, and just as she tried to hold in the spiritual affliction. For her, it's a simple matter of physical endurance. Unfortunately for me, it's a contest of the mind. She only needs to worry about her body's physical changes. Ultimately, it won't affect her soul deep within. How very fitting for a sacrificial maiden. She just needs to accept everyone else's desire.
体が弾けるか。いいさ。我慢比べだ。どっちが先に壊れるかも面白い。
I'm pissed that I said it aloud. The hatred and savage impulse threaten to tear my head open. If she wants me to mess her up, then I'll grant that wish. Trembling all over, her voice grows louder. Is it the agony of being ripped apart from the inside, or the terror she's facing from the outside? There's no point in trying to figure it out. Either way, her pain will only get worse. Let's say, for example's sake, that we're both normal, upstanding people. We probably put our arms around each other, touch each other with our fingers, and make each other comfortable. We give and take in kind, and something would well up. Normal, upstanding people. But that's not who we are. Not who I am. I might pretend to do what humans can do to maintain the shell of being one, but that's all it is, an act. I can almost see the colors in her desperate gasps. Her entire body is hot with feverish heat. I should have already taken a more than fatal amount of magical energy from her, causing effects to her body by now. Her labored panting echoes in the stone room. Wordlessly, she begs someone to stop this. But her pleas stop before they reach her lips, and she gazes at the center, at me. It's as if she's trying to show me how many times she's done this before. Her eyes bore into me. I can feel her hot breaths, and for a moment our eyes meet. The more her pain grows, the more strength she gains to push me away. Our gap in strength can reverse it in an instant. All she needs to do is give up. It'll end with me getting impaled like I always do, and then she won't have to suffer anymore. but she's trying to fight through the pain. Karen isn't fighting me. It's like she's praying for an end to my suffering. Even now, the flower is white and stained, standing tall in the flames like a saint. Ha! I laugh. How can I not?
今首に何を
Without releasing my jaw, I rub my tongue across her skin. This is the best way to confirm the taste. I smell blood. I bite down again with renewed vigor, and so that it hurts her even more. I weaken my magical energy, ingesting function. I weaken my magical energy, ingesting function, and let my teeth search for purchase. She grits her teeth and withstands the pain. The weight of my body pressing down on hers and the warmth of her body in my arms feels like it's melting my skin. Such warmth. She should be a corpse by now, but this is almost like... What an awful woman. And this is just like hellfire. Deep inside, I tremble. Prime cuts of meat deserve to be enjoyed on a spit. God, this wording. It's so uncomfortable. I hug her tightly. I support her body with both arms and lean into her, hoping to dig my fangs in deeper. I don't care what's going on with her body. Using my knife-like canines, I drink deeply from her magical energy. She tries to pause her labor, panting long enough to say something. But I have no reason to stop. You've already accepted me. If you don't like it, then just take the easy way out. You can kill me anytime you want. If you can't take it, then let your body run wild and rest.
あなたを受け入れるのはいいのです。けど
She can't control her breathing. Her hoarse voice tells me she can't take this anymore.
強くてこんなに痛いなんて思ってなくて
I guess she doesn't like the biting. It lights a fire within me, the opposite effect of what she
お
wanted.
願いします。少しだけ抑えてエミやシロを
Like I said, I don't care. What the? I want this woman. It's too much trouble to think about anything else. I ignore her and keep feeding on her neck. Her muscles convulse as if trying to resist. She's tense as like a bow, as if being electrocuted. I gorge myself on her magical energy. The well is drilled and tapped, so all I need to do is draw from it. There's no trick to it, no special skill. I just need to force my way past her feeble resistance. I don't feel full yet. The real feast starts now. All I feel is a crack, an unpleasant fissure opening up my body. She sounds dumbfounded. She meets my eyes, looking puzzled. Yes, my eyes reflect your image.
あなたは大丈夫なの
What's that supposed to mean? No one ever said that a demon would turn to ash for trying to eat a saint. Ha, am I alright? That should be my line. You're the one that can be killed first, you know. I tell her with my eyes. How long are you going to be afraid? No matter how this looks, right now you have the upper hand, not me.
いえ私は決して
She answers my gaze. I think she's trying to tell me that she won't be possessed. But no matter how strong her willpower is, her body is gradually morphing into the body of a woman who's put on weight. She's afraid of giving her body over to her impulses. I bet she'd be an easy target for demons if she let her mind weaken. To avoid killing me, she's trying to suffer through the pain and an impulse of having her body violated. It's beyond ridiculous. She should just let herself go, let her mind go blank, and put an end to all of this. This is so uncomfortable. There's a quiet sound of limbs tearing from within. It has to hurt. I'm sure it's a terrible ordeal having someone wring your magical energy dry. Her voice is pained. Every time I hear it, the swirl of mud grows inside me. It's infuriating. I don't know what touched a nerve exactly. Every time the mud stirs me to drive my fangs deeper. The incomprehensible, unbearable impulse seizes me. My fangs suck magical energy from her neck. I feel an exquisite sensation of magical energy hydrating my parched throat and body. Not bad at all. But the sound of her anguish only grows worse. I hear them both. Her voice and the torrent of her magical energy flowing in. At this point, her limbs will burst open. What is she talking about? I can't stand this. I want to kill her. My thoughts are being torn apart. I want to tear you apart. I think furiously as my fangs tear into her. This feeling. Her face, trying to suffer through the agony. As soon as I think about ending it, it ends. She was already at her limit from the very beginning. She offered up as much as I wanted. It can't have been anything but agonizing. Why did she accept it like that? My fury reaches a breaking point. I don't care how she feels about it. I touched her because I wanted to eat. But she isn't afraid at all. She just accepts me. It's a gentle but submissive gesture. She tries to protect me, not shut herself from me. Fury turns into pain as our arms and legs start to pulverize. I lose my strength. Suddenly I lose all interest and my hunger for her magical energy ceases. Oh. I loosen my hold on her somewhat. The magical energy hidden in her feverish, desperately controlled body is of superb quality. I can feel it. It's heavenly. I'll never have the chance to eat something so delicious in my life. I lift my fangs and pull away from her. I really think I'm going to puke. Urges still smoldering, still feeling unsatisfied. I fight down the venom welling up within me.
これで終わったのですか？
Free from her penance, she gives me a look of pure relief. Her breath slows bit by bit. Good. This is good. So why do I... All I wanted to do was eat her. Her pain didn't matter. Of course she feels relieved that it's over. So why?
よかった。なんとか。
You are so hurt, girl. Is she trying to say that she held out somehow? She looks around, her limbs moving. I don't know what it means. Her pitiful eyes take in the room around us and...
あなたは大丈夫でしたか？
She's worried about someone who doesn't matter.
なんだよそりゃ。
It's like I'm struck by lightning. Thunderous anger threatens to split me from head to toe. I grit my teeth. Something terrible and hot balls up in my chest, and I feel like I'm about to vomit.
だって気を使ってくれたから。私の体の痛みはあなたの体の痛みでもあります。私が憑依を抑えられたのもあなたがエミやシローとしての自分を。
Golden eyes watch me hazily. The eyes are invalid. Like her arms and legs, they're wrecked and unusable. All along, she was only afraid that she wouldn't be able to see me anymore. That's what truly defines this woman. The devotion to throw herself into the witch's pyre. An unconditional benevolence for others, no matter what brutality she faces. A white flower, meat, a gleaming wet slug. There's nothing beautiful about her at all.
なあ。体の方はこの辺りで限界か。
My cheeks itch. I scratch at my cheekbone with my claws.
はい。これ以上は耐えられなかったと思いますから。あなたをここで貫いてしまわないで。よかった。
It's too late for that. You should have skewered me before you realized that.
本番はここからだ。さっきまでのはエミやシローとしての条約でさ。
I drag my claws from my cheek, like pulling off a mask. Never mind breaking the rules. I abandoned the game altogether. Just for now, I'll reject who I am. Her body spasms. The body that goes into a possession state whenever demons are nearby.
やめなさい。そんなの耐えきれ。
She's more scared than I've ever seen her. She finally cares about her own body, not someone else's. I embrace her body. I can feel the fear in it, unlike before. I clutch her pale back as hard as I can.
どうしてこんなことしたらあなたは。
人のことよりてめえの心配だろ。こっからはさっきとは話が違う。途中であんたで亡くなるのはなしだ。せいぜい死ぬまで。
I hope she stays as delicate as she is.
やばい。引きずられておかしくなる。殺しちゃう。早く話して。
She stiffens, but I don't care. I bite into her neck again.
ダメ。ダメ。
Electricity jolts through me. It isn't the stimulation of her magical energy. It's the cutting pain of some part of me being erased by her.
ちょっとそれぐらいじゃねえと。
I need more stimulation. As I tear into her, the exorcist takes a part of me. We trade blows. Either our insides will run out or leak out. The only question is which happens first. Take as much as you want. If taking so much means your feminine body won't collapse, that's enough. I really want this scene to end. It's so uncomfortable. My breath is ragged now, too. Sparks fly in my brain. My skull cracks each time I suck her magical energy. Every part of me touches that touches her body feels like it's being stabbed by thousands of ice picks. I feel only pain. I should feel nourished by magical energy, but it isn't enough. I don't care. I'll take anything that makes my brain feel something. Led on by her voice, torment twists my retinas. I want to hear more. Her screams are exquisite. I love it. The pain of being torn apart is terrible, and I don't think the drooling will stop. Her begging backfires. Why, every time I hear her please, why? I take even more magical energy. I want to take my anger out on her. The white flower cries in anguish, fighting my embrace. In pain, in denial, she shakes her head, placing her hands on my chest in response. I start to lose my balance. The act brought only pain, but now another sensation blends into it. Now the white flower is red hot. Secreted sensation mixes with dripping sweat, filling us both. She struggles to contain the demon with an emotion other than fear. Her back arches and wriggles at the sensation of having her magical energy utterly hollowed out. She moans sweetly at the feeling of canines digging into her, of having her magical energy violently plundered. No, can we please end this? I feel numb. Magical energy surges as she reacts, but not like the first time. I smirk. It isn't fun unless it's like this. Yes, this isn't a loving embrace at all. All I want are her screams. My sadism won't be satisfied unless she struggles for her life. I feel like I could grow new fangs. Shuddering at the teeth piercing her, she offers up her magical energy, all while spasming in her desperate attempt to discharge me. Every time she does, her body melts. Every time I absorb magical energy, she stirs. Each and every move of her muscles make. My pain becomes harder to perceive. The only thing moving me now is my desire to taste this woman. Like I care. You could stop me anytime you wanted, to begin with.
何を言う悪魔払い。怪物にたかられるってのはこういうことだろう。
I drive my fangs into her neck even harder than before, all while trembling at her resistance. I raise my claws, not bothering to hide my boiling hatred. I can't tell if I'm embracing her or breaking a flower off from its stem. I give myself over to my 5 distorted senses and devour the magical energy. The surrounded senses melt into me like a song. The pain is gone. My fangs plunge into her over and over. Has she gone over the edge before me? She's reacting only to the pain of being pushed down now, not the possession. I drink in the pool of magical energy. My throat growls. She goes as stiff as a board under my assault of countless sensations. I gulp, I swallow. I feel the fragments of her soul racing through my body. That works out for me. If it's just a hand or two mutating, all I need to do is chew and swallow. If a demon's going to spring out from her stomach, I'll bury my face in my meal and gorge myself so she stays looking human. Her body's on the verge of total collapse. My fangs attack her faster than her body can change from the inside. I won't hold it back. I can't stop this. I can't stop the surge I barely understand. I open my mouth to devour not just her magical energy, but her flesh. And in her stupor, terrified, she brings my mind back to life. At the last possible second, I realize it. It's no big deal. I did it in the heat of the moment, but I just wanted her earnestly. I can't share that emotion. We're touching each other, but our emotions alone differ. The feeling of eating one another, a form of passion and agreement, accompanied by sensations that can't possibly be the same. She's at her limit. I'm at my limit. Finally, I can see a dead end to my voracious hunger for magical energy. I lower my fangs to her neck, hoping for one last bite. It flows. It spills. Her last drops of magical energy. Her very life itself starts to enter me. I back away from her body just before I swallow. That's the right choice. She still has an important job to do. I can't consume her completely. What a dumb question. The first thing I should have realized is conveniently slipped my mind. Don't you find anything beautiful? Obviously. Either way, I shouldn't care. Once I embrace passion, all I can do is kill. The temperature cools. My meal finished. I hurry to put it on my shell again. Fortunately, I didn't pass the point of no return, so the repair won't take long. Karen apparently managed to avoid fatal damage too, since she's looking at me with her usual dour expression.
一応言い訳として聞いておきますが、一体どういうつもりだったのです？
別にただの気まぐれで他意はない。やることはやったし、あとはとっとと帰るだけだ。
一体どういうつもりだったのです？あなたは。
She exudes a positively murderous aura. If she had a knife, she definitely stabbed me with it, which is my cue to make a quick exit.
犬に噛まれたとでも思って諦めな。どのみちこれで最後だ。もうこれ以上はあんたに関わらないから、手切れ金とでも思えばいい。
I leave the stone chamber. I better tuck my tail and run before she rips my guys off.
待ちなさい。言い訳にもなってません。質問を変えます。あなたはどうして止めたのです？私はあのまま食い尽くされると思ったのですが。
そんなことが？でも申し訳ない。前後不覚だったんで覚えてません。
最悪の回避法ですね。あなたに質問した私はあまりにも愚かでした。
She steps aside, clearly done with me. Now then, before she changes her mind and punishes me, I better book it and never see her again.
でもさ、そういうあんたの方こそどういうつもりだったんだ？
A simple question.
別に。
A calm answer. I start walking towards the stairs. And thus, our last chance encounter ends.
じゃあな、いい具合だったぜ、あんた。
それはどうも。悔い改めなさい、けだもの。
The earthly signpost disappears. The version of me that visits this place won't appear ever again. Was that not a flag? No, it was a flag. We got all the flags. I want to reach the point of the next scene, or until we get to the title screen. Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. We'll leave it for next week because we are getting to time. What the fuck? When did this happen? We filled out this gallery quite nicely. We actually only have 2 more pieces to unlock. That might be a game completion thing, since we are pretty much at the end, or it would be in this Eclipse part. But we'll spend the rest of our time unlocking some stuff.
クロサイバー左、血脈のような文様が見られない素の状態というところか。もう一方は
ゴスロリでしょ。ゴスでロリ。
他に言いようはないかと思案はしてみたのだがな。
無駄な抵抗ね。ロリロリとロリミクがいいのだわ。さて、何この格好にこの肌の色だと人形というか死体というか、実はクロセーバーでデートシーンの構想もありましたと。原画担当はのたまいし、またそんなお花畑に好きいっぱいの発言を。演出担当のポンチエシリーズその2。
Oh, it's Saber this time.
素晴らしい可愛さなのですが、無関係のゲームからキャラクターを持ち込むのはどうかと。
もしかしてキャスターのこと？
キャスター？申し訳ない。まるで少女のようだったので。
騎士王はとどめを刺すことを忘れないのだった。
牧寺楓、彼女には原画担当の端的な評価が寄せられている。ある意味ヒロイン。
演出担当のこれようと言ったら、フォローは牧寺楓でできていたと言っても過言ではないわ。一時は牧寺禁止令が出たくらいだし、踊る大牧寺捕り物
それにしても100円のエマというのはひどくはないか。
Yes!
さくらのメイド服はウェイトレス風左、ライダーは月姫のメイドさんの格好右。以上、原画担当より。
Oh, it's from Tsukihime.
ライダーのスーパーサラブレッドテールも素敵だけど、さくらもよく似合ってるわね。
ほう。
何その期待顔は。オチはありません。タイミングよく褒めてあげればちゃんと木に登ってくれる子なんですから。
君の弟子とやらの行く末が心配だ。
反則イラストその3。 横から見ると一層カレン城の違和感が際立つわね。
よもや対抗意識か？
まさか隠さないことと隠しきれないことは違うんだから。今私いいこと言った？いいこと言った？
若さが時に無謀よりも害悪をもたらすことを思い出させてくれるな、君は。
Purchase failed due to insufficient funds? 30,000?
街のあちこちで見かけたランサーの私服左とバイト姿ね。その服替え差分ときたら女性陣を差し置いて今回最多だそうよ。右のエプロンのは残念ながらボツに。一応ぬいぐるみ屋さんでの服装ね。中央のギャルソン姿は新たなクラス誕生かというくらい似合ってるわね。あんたも頑張れ。
魚や風情と張り合いたくはない。
そこに
イリアスフィール、水着。この形容しがたいいたたまれなさは何だろうか。
我々は犯罪的と犯罪のどちらがより罪であり罰であるのか見つめ直す必要があるわね。
ない。
さて、イリアスフィールが3度のご飯よりもラブなお兄ちゃんたちに偉い人からお知らせがあります。新しい格好が実は水着しかありません。ごめんよ。
They ran!
三釣綾子私服左、弓道着追加差分中央、そして竜道一世私服右か。
互いに服を交換しても違和感ないわね。
それはある種褒め言葉になるわ。
では撤回だーす。竜道くんには細身の服なんて全然似合わないし、肌も綺麗じゃないし、シミ一つない持ち肌で
三釣城の弓道着姿はいつ見ても似合っているな。ああ、いい。ああ、いい。弓に関係するサーバントで似合わぬ者が約1名いるとかいないとか、ああ、もう放っておいてくれ。
気にしてたんだ。
どこを見ているのです、お坊ちゃま。
ごきげんよう、ご主人様。
旦那様、お仕事の時間です。
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。
マスターアップが近づくと憔悴しきるか妙にハイになるかどちらかだけど、
まるで戦場のようですね。
これを作画していた時の原画担当ははあはあギラギラと肩で息をしつつも一時も手を休めないという危機迫る状態だったわね。
もはや宿罪とも言うべきメイド志向の業を再確認したわけですね。
Karmic consequences of a maid fetish.
そうね。このエマモードも実はもっぱらメイドの生足を鑑賞するために付加されたくらいだし。で、セイバーのことを言ってるんだけど、
なんであれ、衣装が増えるのは喜ばしいことではないですか。
おみ足とくとごろうじろと。
聖母にでもなったつもりか。
I got a feeling all these spaces will fill up once we do more. But that's where we're going to end it for today. We are at about time. All right then. So, So we're actually almost there. And we just need to finish off the game, and we'll probably have a lot of time next week to do the eclipse stuff. Maybe do even some more. Now, tomorrow we're not. Before we do that, let's set up a raid. Fredo is playing Dispatch. I kind of want to avoid that for now. We'll raid May, May Dawn, who's playing Peak. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. If you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. I upload all my stuff there, and you can also check my socials down there. So tomorrow we're not going to be finishing off John Dark because it's my birthday. We're going to have a birthday stream which will include Monster Prom 3, and then we're going to leave the finale of Jeanne d'Arc for Sunday. So, yeah, I hope to see you there. So, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. This is Metis Balaska, signing out.